Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, and welcome to ZSR, and welcome to the first ever showcase of the Twilight Princess Randomizer in the race fashion on ZSR. So, yeah, TP might not have seen a big discovery in like a billion years, and it probably will never be, or never will be, finding anything else. But hey, we have a rando now, so let's see how it goes. Let's mute the music. And let's hope that nothing breaks, because this Between My Move was really a big deal. So let's say hi to the comms. I know that the trackers are not fully working yet, so I will work on these. But for now, I need to do some recropping for some reason, which is interesting to me. Oh, I know why. I know why. I fully know why. But we got it. All good. And I will work on the tracking as we go, because I need to find out what the issue is. But yeah, stay tuned, and I'll let the racers run. And hand it over to the comms, to Luna and to Chris.
I mean, we can just always blame Trez. That seems how it goes nowadays.
Yeah.
So, welcome to the Twilight Princess Randomizer. It is still in its beta version, but it's definitely come a long way. So we wanted to get together and have a big community race to kind of showcase how far we've come with this randomizer. Hey AX, but yeah, so my name's Lunar Soap. I'm a moderator and one of the developers for the randomizer, and I'm joined by Chris, who is also one of the moderators for the Discord.
And I play Rando a lot.
Yeah. I mean, Rando is as Rando does, which is really great.
Yeah.
And it looks like our runners are starting. Cool.
Nice to see some different texture packs too. More variety.
Oh yeah. So I guess I'll kind of explain how logic is laid out in this game currently, as they're going through and collecting some of the beginner checks. Logic is kind of linear, so it follows a lot of the vanilla aspects of the game. So an example is they got their slingshot, and they'll always find that before Forest Temple, but it's still shuffled around, and it just kind of progresses from there. Since the randomizer is in early development, dungeon rewards are vanilla, so you have to still complete the vanilla requirements to get Tyrell Castle. And in this sense, with 0.16, which is the version they're running on, you specifically have to beat Arbiter's Grounds, City in the Sky, Palace of Twilight, and Hyrule Castle to beat the game. And look at them finding the wooden sword and the slingshot. Fishing rod is currently always vanilla until we get to more complex logic later on, because it kind of locked everything in the game at the very beginning of the randomizer. Ryu, I can't say whether it's going to be near future, because near is kind of a relative term, but there are plans for it.
Just takes time.
Yeah, and a lot of rewriting stuff.
So an important thing to notice here, on Nesman's side, he tried to go for a custom chest that's there, but it only spawns when you have 30 rupees and reload into the area with 30 rupees.
Yeah, and actually building into that, you'll notice that there actually are some chests sitting around that aren't normally in the vanilla game, and that is because since we've had to make some changes to the game, obviously, to get it to work for randomizer, we had to put chests there to simulate some of the checks you would kind of miss out on early in the game. But it looks like JD and Nesman are gonna wrestle Big Daddy Bo. Yeah, definitely a very interesting workaround. Also, shoutouts to the Wind Waker Randomizer devs, because they kind of gave us the idea and helped out with some of this. But AX was the one who eventually got it all coded out and working, so huge shoutouts there.
Gotta love the flap session.
Yeah, it looks like Nesman didn't have that great of RNG, but JD just powered through that first round. What are the settings for the race? This is an all sanity, which means that pose, shops, skybook characters, everything that can be randomized is randomized. They also have early City in the Sky enabled, so as soon as they get to the lake and they have a claw shot, they can go into City in the Sky. They have early desert, which means they do not need Aru's memo in order to get to the desert. They just have to have the required items there and launch. And they have skip intro is another interesting setting that actually allows us to skip the first 3 days and go basically into open world. Twilight skip is enabled, so the Twilights are automatically skipped. Sewer skip, and a couple other skips like escort skip and open Hyrule Field gates. Those are all skips that are enabled here. So everything is on in this version. Yes, Ryu. Basically, story events. There are certain things, like to get to Sacred Grove, you have to beat Snow Peak Ruins. So stuff like that is still locking, but no, none of the beginning story stuff. And this randomizer is available on US, European, or Japanese versions for both console and for emulator. So if you have a Wii that you've homebrewed, you can use it, or if you have any version of the game, you can do that. Just not the Korean version.
Oh, and one thing to note about Shop Sanity currently is it doesn't actually show you a preview of the item before you buy it, so you kind of have to buy it to know what it is. That's just the way it is currently. And also, prices are not randomized yet.
Yeah, that'll hopefully come in a future update. Once we get freestanding models going, then we'll be able to do the item change. And Cubs, no, the NVIDIA Shield version is not randomized yet. God.
We should probably make the Shield version a priority.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's our next thing. Before, like, after we get everything done, and however long it takes, we're not going to go to HD. We're just going to skip straight to Shield. And for all of you number geeks out there, since this is all sanity, there are a total of 505 checks in the entire game that they're going to have to power through.
Including
So, good
custom
luck to them.
chests.
Yeah, including custom chests. As for transforming into a wolf, that's actually a good question. There is an item out there called the Shadow Crystal, and that is what allows you to transform between human and wolf. Because after going through and finding everything, Master Sword just does a lot of damage and looks kind of cool, but it's actually the Shadow Crystal that makes all the magic happen.
And yeah, the Shadow Crystal is an entirely separate item from the Master Sword.
And actually, speaking of Master Sword, let's talk about items for Go mode, shall we? So what do our racers need in order to basically Go mode everything? Currently, they need everything to be able to beat and get to the desert, which is Arbiter's Grounds, which means you need your spinner, and you're going to need your Shadow Crystal to be able to get in. I think Claw Shot is also logically required to beat Arbiter's Grounds as well. And then you need everything to get into City in the Sky and beat that, so you'll need double Claw Shots. you need your light sword to beat Palace of Twilight. And since our swords are progressive in the sense, so you'll need Master Sword and Light Sword in order to get in there. And then you have to beat Hyrule Castle. So fun times. And you'll need Ball and Chain in order to beat Zant, of course, because we all love that requirement. And so you'll notice that in the top right, Nesman just got a chest that had a rupee with no text. And that is specifically, we added cents into the game as custom checks. So eventually we can randomize them. And so he just got a cent check.
And hidden skills are also added to custom chests, and those also don't have the proper icon or text associated with them yet.
Yeah, and actually, that's actually a good point. You also need Ending Blow, or otherwise you can't kill Ganon. You'll just kind of stand there and he'll lay on the ground contemplating his entire existence, and you just look down at him.
What tricks are allowed? Pretty much anything goes. I mean, there's not really any glitches that would be banned, because it's not like Ocarina of Time where you can just cheat in any item pretty much. But, yeah, for the most part, a lot of the tricks are just for fun kind of thing. Some do save time, but yeah, there's not anything that's super, like, broken in Randomizer.
Yeah, and especially since this is more of a for fun type of race, it's really anything goes. Like if you cheat, you're just cheating yourself, type thing. So as I guess Cryon, it seems a lot complicated. Well, there's a lot in this rando, and there's a lot to this rando. It's definitely very overwhelming at first, and you just gotta get into it and play it. A lot of stuff had to happen in order to make this rando where it is nowadays. How stable is it? It is stable. I guess, quote-unquote stable. The only thing that is different from other randomizers is that you have to use save states if you ever save and quit. Like if you actually turn off the game, power it off, because it doesn't keep this the seed active every single time. And so if you're going to play a seed and you want to like stop for the day or something, then you need to use a save state. Let me see. Aru's Memo. Normally, yes, Aru's Memo is needed for the desert access, but since they have early desert on, they don't need the memo to access the desert for now. The only thing they need is the Shadow Crystal to access the desert, and that's just because so you don't get soft locked. Because if you get in the desert and you don't have a way to warp out, you're kind of stuck there.
Yeah, speaking of not having Master Sword, if you go to Lake Hylia early, without Master Sword, you wouldn't, or rather without Shadow Crystal, you wouldn't be able to warp out or transform to Talk to Fire. So we actually, if you go there without the crystal, we just warp you to the normal entrance to Lanayru Twilight. Unless that was changed recently.
No, so if you don't skip the intro or you decide you want to do Twilights, you can still do Lanayru early. It's just that you are warped back and force turned into Wolf if you don't have Master Sword. It's a nice little thing that we fixed.
Yeah, that's good.
And looks like Nesman did rush Kakariko early, whereas everyone else seems to be going through the forest route. Any quality of life changes a lot. This last update allowed us to skip the entrance, auto-skip all the Twilights. We've skipped over 200 cutscene triggers, and Midna tech stuff, one thing you'll notice actually on Bruce's side is the monkey escort is no longer a thing in the randomizer. Probably one of the best changes in everyone's opinion. And you have faster climbing, bigger wallet sizes, so your wallets are way bigger. Just a lot of small changes here and there have added up over time. Hey, the monkey with the lantern was chill. She was pretty cool.
There is no hint system yet, but we have been talking about adding one in the future.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those things that people have requested a lot, and it's definitely something we want to do in the future, but we just haven't done yet. Yes, they could have a double claw shot on magic armor. So certain checks are quote-unquote dead, which means that they won't have a required item. Dead is different in the sense from Ocarina of Time. So in other randomizer stuff, when they say that a check is dead, quote unquote, like that means that no important items can be on it. Whereas here, it just means that any item that is not logically required to be the sea. So you could have a bomb bag on a dead check. It just means that it wasn't your logical bomb bag. On that note, all of Agatha's rewards are dead. Giovanni's rewards are also dead. But, however, since they have Shop Sanity on, the floor 40 of Cave of Origins is 100% in logic if you have to go for your light sword. I'm sorry, Cave of Ordeals, I'm sorry. Fight me. I played through too many of these games. Thank God Hab wasn't there to hear that. He would have lost it.
He's probably here in spirit. He'll yell at you later.
Yeah, like, he like shuddered for some reason. He's like, I heard something I didn't like. It looks like Acer is actually having a little issue trying to figure out how to get up to the chest. For that's on the cliffside.
A lot of people seem to hate that location for it, but honestly I like it because it makes use of a feature that is otherwise pretty much useless.
Yeah, and it's out of the way. It's one of those you actually have to look for it type things.
Yeah.
You aren't just given it. Yeah, just moon jump to it. Come on, guys. And Bruce getting the ending blow. All of the giant boss chests that are out in the world are boss key chests. So just got the ending blow, which is going to be needed. And we've got, on that note, Bruce going into Forest Temple, where Nesmond has eventually made his way back to Ordon to get the chest on the cliff. So what we do is we emulate the story doing stuff. So we set all of the game flags in advance. So an example is there is a skip called Midna's Desperate Hour skip that is enabled, where you skip Midna's Desperate Hour. And all we do is we set the flags that tell the game that we've already done it, and we set the flags that are normally set during that event. It either has to be before its vanilla location or at its vanilla location. The only exception to that is the Shadow Crystal. Because if Shadow Crystal is vanilla, then you can't get it if you have Midna's Desperate Hour skip on. Oh, it looks like Acer may have gotten it. We'll see.
Well, where'd the Cuckoo go?
Oh, there it is. Okay. I was like, where?
And he got it.
Yeah.
And before it's a rupee.
Thank God we knew that it was Lantern, but
Yeah.
that would have been so bad if it was like a red rupee or something. I think this is the first time we're seeing Link's basement, though. Oh no, it had Memo. JD got it earlier. So maps and compasses are not vanilla. There is a setting that you can trigger called Shuffle Dungeon Items, and it shuffles boss keys, maps, and compasses around. Also, there is a setting that is on called Shuffle Keys, and so keys are shuffled within their own dungeon. So keys are not vanilla either. There are a lot of settings in this randomizer, if you haven't noticed. Postals currently are junk, quote unquote, or the postal checks, so the 20 and 60 are currently dead. But yes, as we mentioned earlier, the shops currently don't use updated models, but they will in the future once we implement freestanding models. But since Poe Sanity is on, Poes can have required items.
Another green rupee.
Okay. And Uku is also considered a dungeon item, so Uku is shuffled, as you can see on Bruce's screen. JD not having good luck with that LJA over the west side of Forest Temple.
Yeah, I actually took the time to find a consistent setup for this one, because it doesn't like to go out of bounds there, really.
Yeah, my setup actually is a little different. I go to the left, like the far left corner, and then I aim it to the right corner, like so it goes behind that wall, and I just catch it on the way back.
Yeah. Just moon jump.
Yeah, technically, so people are saying Greg. For those of you who don't know, there is green rupee, a singular green rupee in Ocarina of Time that people have named Greg. The closest thing to that we have in Twilight Princess Rando is there is a purple rupee that came from Link's basement, and it has very specific get item text. We don't have a name for it, but that's like our version of Greg. Something you'll also notice is they have a lot of blue rupees that they're picking up. If you don't have a bomb bag or a bow and you get ammunition for it, it's a blue rupee. We kind of stole that idea from Ocarina of Time Randomizer. And yes, this is based off of the GameCube version of the game currently.
Oh, nice. The tile worm strat JD just did. I would never knew about that.
Which one was it?
He just got like boosted up onto a ledge from a tile worm.
Oh, nice. I only knew about that in the final monkey room.
Yeah. Even though fine climbing has been sped up, it's still too slow.
Yeah, since we have the fast vine climbing, people have been asking us, when are you going to have faster iron boots? We're aware of the need for that.
Oh, and one thing to mention, with the recent changes, I don't think you can actually do back in time equipped in Forest Temple to get early monkeys anymore, because I don't think there's a map with like the right data for it to work now.
Yeah, the flags have been changed a little bit since we've skipped some Midna Tech stuff, but I think the boss flag should be fine. And they're allowed to use whatever tricks they want to use. It's just one of those, they use it at their own risk, and they should know the full consequences of using a trick before using it.
Yeah. I'm still waiting for someone to do back in time right from the start.
Give themselves the Ordon sword and shield, or the
Yep.
Hylian shield. So yeah, actually, speaking of Ordon sword, you're probably wondering, why doesn't anyone have it? Well, Ordon sword logically is supposed to be any time before the Master Sword check. So it could be in Forest Temple, Goron Mines, Lake Bed, anywhere of the sort.
People like the wooden sword, so it's okay.
You like it until you're really far in and bosses just don't seem to die for some reason.
Yeah.
I watched someone the other day have to fight Star-Lord with wooden sword because they hadn't found the Master Sword yet. That was actually really fun to watch.
Yeah, how many hits does Staller take with it?
With wooden sword, I think it's... I want to say it's around like 30 or so. Like 30,
Nice.
35. It's pretty great. Can you actually get Master Sword before Ordon Sword? Absolutely. So the swords are progressive in pairs, as they are seen on the menu, and so Wooden Sword and Ordon Sword are progressive, and then Master Sword and Light Sword are progressive, respectively. And something... Actually, I'll wait until we get a couple more items in before I reveal another nice little quirk about this version. JD finally getting Ook down, so we'll see what's on the Gale Boomerang check.
Yeah, I think 4-cycle Ook is the best with wooden sword.
Yeah, that's the most optimal you could be. Hey, the wooden sword has feelings too, Silo. Come on. Master Fuel Ganon with wooden sword. No, you actually need Master Sword. And it's actually one of those interesting predicaments, because you can't beat Argarok with a wooden sword either. You don't do enough damage.
And Ganondorf is completely immune to anything below Master Sword.
Yeah, it's one of those... I think it's a damage thing, too. And that's something I actually learned while I was running through and messing with stuff. Apparently, you can't hurt Zant without the light sword. Like, even with Master Sword, it doesn't do anything.
The game is weird.
Yes, just TP things.
And speaking of item damages, there are some items that do insane amounts of damage on certain enemies. It's just really bizarre why that is. But like, for example, bombs on Ook do 200 damage to him, which kills him instantly. And which one is it that Ball and Chain is good at? Like Deku Toad, maybe?
Yeah, it's Deku Toad. Deku Toad's ridiculously weak to Ball and Chain. I think like it's a 400 base damage, I want to say, something like that. It's ridiculously high. And so, a good reason why everyone is currently in Forest Temple right now is to beat Goron Mines, you obviously need Iron Boots. And Forest Temple is very check dense, and Iron Boots are logically required to be before you need them. So there's a good chance they're probably here. That's like the good chance, because they cleared the entire forest and they hadn't had Iron Boots, so there's a good chance they're probably in Forest Temple or somewhere in Faerun or Elden Field. ZeldaSpeedRuns, rating with a party of 14. Thank you very much. So the logic is actually divided into what's called layers, and each layer is defined by a certain check. And yeah, once we start finding, like, Iron Boots are going to be one of the big ones, but some people just won't care, and they'll go straight for later stuff, because technically Iron Boots aren't required to beat the game. They just give you access to Goron Mines, which is one of the most check-dense areas in the entire game. Goron Mines has, I want to say, 25 checks in it. So it has a ridiculously good amount of item potential. But we could see, usually there's some route divergence after Forest Temple. It just depends on who the person is and where they want to go. Some people will rush to the Lanayru area because there's a good chance that Shadow Crystal could be there. It just depends.
Yeah, in my experience, Goron Mines is a pretty good one to beat, because not only, yeah, like as you said, it does have a lot of checks, but it also opens up, or beating it also opens up a lot of stuff in Kakariko as well.
Yeah, and like D-God is saying, you actually, I forgot, but you do need Iron Boots for Argarok, unless you get really good at the game really fast. So what do you need to finish the game? As we said earlier, you have to the dungeon you have to beat right now is Arbiter's Grounds, City in the Sky, Palace of Twilight, and Hyrule Castle. So, which means you're going to need both Claw Shots, Iron Boots, Spinner, Light Sword, and everything you need to full clear those said dungeons logically. As I was saying, logic is divided into layers, so each big item check is a layer. But yeah, so Iron Boots is going to be found in or before its layer. Yeah, 500 checks for a handful of items. Good luck. I've seen seeds be finished as fast as 3 hours and 40 minutes, or go as long as 12 hours. It just depends on the routing. Routing is so important in TPR right now.
Yeah, I've actually been working on 2 different routes, one for having Crystal and the other for not having it, so I can just switch between them once I get Crystal.
So a comment that someone made about double claw shots in Temple of Time. If you really want to know something that hurts really bad, is that if you have an item on Impaz in the Hidden Village, because at that point you have to beat Snow Peak and Temple of Time to get access to the Hidden Village, because its requirements are vanilla, which is beating Temple of Time. Are the Twilight Wolf sections completely removed? There is a setting that you can trigger for it. If you don't want to do them, then you can skip them completely, but if you want to do them, you're more than welcome to do them. Then we got JD going and fighting Diababa, and Bruce will not be too far behind. I mean, it could be. 20 cat heart piece could be a thing. That'd be extremely mean, though. Speaking of mean, I think actually Chris was the one who rolled this seed.
Maybe.
I don't know about your history with rolling seeds, but
No, like I intentionally didn't make it too mean. There's this one kind of semi-trolly trick, just because it'll make you question if you have to go back for something, but they'll find out.
Well, where do we stick hints on TP? There have been a lot of different suggestions and thoughts. People have thought about putting it on talking to animals. Some people have said put it on the fortune teller in Castletown. Just everyone has their opinions on where it should be, but we don't have a definitive answer yet. And yes, Silo, Early City in the Sky is on. Yes, since Bug Sanity is on, yes, Shuffled Bug rewards are also a thing. Well, you know, speaking of postman letters, if you were noticing earlier when Nesman went to Hyrule Field, postman actually is not a thing because he was really time-consuming and he kind of sucked, and so unless we figure out something to do with him, he is gonzo. Yeah, Nesman not getting that LGA and falling out. Rip. I actually learned that if you're too far forward with these jump strikes, you can actually void out under the mushroom.
Yeah, you somehow get crushed. It's weird. And one thing to mention about what Nesman is doing, so there's... I actually don't know the exact number anymore, but I think there's 6 monkeys in Forest Temple. But you can skip, you could skip saving some of them by just doing a couple of LJs along the tree that they sit on, and get to the boss without saving all of them.
Yeah. Also, yep, all seeds are beautiful glitchless, so you don't have to know any tricks or any glitches to beat the game. Although there is a branch of the randomizer for no logic, but that's for people who just absolutely want to break stuff. I actually specifically made it for some of the beta testers because they're like, we want more pizzazz, and I was like, all right, fine, whatever.
Yeah, I
really...
still need to do a no logic.
God, I haven't even thought about it. All right, Trez, you running a no logic seed when? I mean, you know, I think out of the no logic seeds that I've heard, only like 2 of them have been unbeatable so far, because they had Spinner on Star-Lord was one of them, and I can't remember what the other one was. Yeah, when we decide to do glitch logic, it's definitely going to be with our known glitch set. Do it. Don't let your memes be dreams.
Yeah, when are we doing a no logic race?
Oh God, no.
So I'm curious to see if any runner's muscle memory would mess up the gorge Harpies check like it has for me.
Yeah, there's like a couple of known bugs with the randomizer, and one of them is specifically the gorge heart piece just kind of sucks because there's 2 checks right next to each other. But looks like JD did it to where it should be fine.
I don't think so, actually. Because, yeah, when he got the heart piece, he walked towards the vines, and that, I think, was too close.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too punishing or anything, though.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything there. Look at JD being a good boy and going back for Epona.
Ending blow is not given by default anymore. The hidden skills are put in custom chests, and the ending blow one is right outside of Forest Temple. So all of our runners have already collected their ending blow. Also, another thing to note, so there aren't really spoiler logs, quote-unquote, as you would normally think, but built into the randomizer, there is a check search, and so if you are looking for an item, you can put in the item ID, and it will tell you where the item is. So that's fun. Irons on Coro Bottle? Let's go! And I actually, I think Nesman, I think, yeah, got that too, so that'll be good, nice.
Yeah. Yeah, when I saw that irons were on Coral Bottle, I was like, alright, this is a decent seed.
Decently won. Yes, shop sanity is on. Looks like everyone is starting to slowly transition their way over to CAC, which is
Okay, yeah, Spire Heart Piece is a blue rupee.
yeah. So as we had mentioned before, the check for the Spire was kind of wonky. So as you noticed before, JD got a yellow rupee from it, whereas Bruce got a blue rupee from it. And so what's going to happen here is Bruce is going to open this chest, and that should be a yellow rupee. Yes. And so what happens is the checks can get kind of switched around every once in a while because they're so close together. But it's fine. So, a couple more questions about settings. Is Elden Bridge destroyed? It's already destroyed and repaired, so it's back. You don't have to worry about it. There's a bomb. Hey, bomb bag is in the graveyard. That's nice. Is escorting Telma and Ilya completable? So, there is a skip for it, quote unquote. And if you don't have the skip enabled, you have to have a bow and a boomerang to trigger it. But since the skip is on, they just go into the bar and it automatically completes it for them. So now the big question. What's the ETA of a normal seed? Like we said before, I've seen them range between 3.5 hours to 12 hours. It just depends on the routing and the person playing it, honestly.
Yeah, especially glitchless. Like, because I know there is at least one person doing glitchless. And yeah, that can easily take over 10 hours.
Yeah, because as we've said before, there are 505 checks in the entire game. That's a little bit more than 12. I mean, if you really just want to harass people, put stuff in certain places, like with Chris, you can just take and put an item on the final magnet in Goron Mines, and that turns a 4-hour seed into a 12-hour seed.
For the record, I did try to do that.
Nice. But yes, there are 505 checks in the entire game, with all sanity on currently. Is there anything in the game that would make it logically require AD? The closest that we could get with just one item check would be, as I'd mentioned earlier, if something is on Impaz in Hidden Village, because you would need to beat Temple of Time to trigger Impaz, and you would need to beat Snow Peak to trigger Temple of Time. And yes, 500 is with everything shuffled, and they have all sanity on. So that's all pose, all shop items, all Skybook letters, everything. Oh yeah, we could definitely set the win condition for the barrier to just be removed when all that kind of stuff happens. Yes, Zalza, yes, the dungeon rewards are vanilla for the time being.
Yeah, so with glitches, in the current rando, you can actually skip certain bosses. Since you already know what item, well, you know you'd be getting the mirror shard, or if you shadow from it, And so you'd be forgoing one random check, which would be its heart container. But if you're willing to risk that, you can potentially skip, like, Diababa. You can skip Fyrus too, but that's not really worth it based on the amount of checks it opens in Kakariko.
Yeah, like I had mentioned earlier, Goron Mines has 25 checks in it, which makes it the most check-dense dungeon in the entire game. Actually, most check-dense area. The second highest is Lake Bed, which I believe has 19. So there are a lot of checks, and skipping out on certain dungeons is more or less not worth it. And currently, crystals or mirror shards and a few shadows. In vanilla, they unlocked progression to certain stuff, and so like you have to have the second mirror shard piece in order to unlock the progression for Temple of Time. So like you would need that to trigger being able to get the golden chicken and fly out to the beautiful Sacred Grove. Yeah, it triggers an event. So currently they have the setting MDH skip, Midna's Desperate Hour skip, enabled. So no, they don't get anything special for beating all the dungeons, or all the few shadow dungeons, because they have Midna's Desperate Hour skip. If you have it disabled, then that gives you the Shadow Crystal. Shadow Crystal is vanilla if you don't have Midna's Desperate Hour skip enabled. I know. That's why it's definitely an option, so that way you can still hear it if you really want to.
Even though the devs messed up the music.
Hey, I didn't mess up the music on that specific thing.
No, not you.
Oh. I was like, what'd I do?
Nice, Nesmin and Bruce were both getting the same check at the same time.
Nice. Yeah, as AX said, this is not a ROM hack. Normal randomizers, they take and they patch the ROM or patch the game, but our randomizer doesn't take that approach. It basically runs code in the background while the game plays. And so it's hard to say what really is or isn't possible yet until we start messing around with it more. Hey, Bruggles, thanks for the good luck for everyone. Asder, no, it's not something like Giga Codes. It's actually like code that we are injecting and running alongside it. There is like a REL loader, a rel loader that you saw on people's stuff in the beginning that loads the randomizer in, but it's like its own separate programs that just run alongside the game. But yeah, I agree. Eventually it's going to change. This This randomizer is still pretty early in development. This is currently version 0.16, so we haven't even reached a full release yet. So definitely there's a lot of stuff that still needs to happen before we go to a full release. And yes, it can run on console. There are, if you find in the Discord, there is a link to our setup guide on our website, and it shows you how you can set it all up on console and everything. You can either run with an ISO, or you can just run it if you have a Twilight Princess hard disk. You can still play the randomizer. Yes, Kabi, if you are playing on console and you don't have access to save states, you unfortunately do have to sit down and do it in one setting. The other way, actually, you don't. Another way you can do it is you save and quit, and there is a seed on the dev menu, and if you write down your seed and you reboot your game back up, you can re-put in your seed. And then you can just continue where you left off. I apologize, I was in another mindset when I'd started talking. But yeah, you can still keep going, even if you are on console. You just have to note down your seed and your settings. Yes, I know, AX. And yeah, that bow on the Gorons, that's actually really convenient, because it looks like we're going to see Goron mines pretty soon. Also, shoutouts to AX. He's actually our project lead and our lead developer, so shoutouts, buddy. You're doing a great job. I mean, the Gorons don't call the bow a treasure for no reason at all. I gotta make that cash somehow.
And so something to note is JD just entered this pre-Gora Mines area, and as soon as he walked in, he hit a trigger for the elevator guard. That's just due to all the skips Rando has now. So you can actually go to the elevator right away, pretty much.
Yeah, and actually, on that same note, a lot of the breaks and stuff that happened from certain tricks were mostly fixed in Rando. So, like, if you did EMS early in earlier versions, you would still be able to do Goron Mines easily. But now that Master Sword's are randomized, it's one of them things. Often. People usually don't like to forget it, and I've actually seen it had some good stuff.
Honestly, there are some checks I do skip that are pretty slow, and it's yet to really hurt me that much. So, I mean, with a game that has 505 checks right now on all sanity, there are some checks you can risk.
We know that you're specifically talking about the Iron Boot heart piece.
That one? Yeah, I actually tend to skip 3 items in Goron Mines. I know that's really bad, but I'll keep doing it until it hurts me later.
About right. Are the teleporters? Yeah. Go ahead.
Because yeah, I skipped the very topmost chest. Yeah, the magnet ceiling chest and the claw shot chest, unless I have claw shot for it.
Yeah. But as someone asked, are the teleporters on by default? Yes. Once you get the Shadow Crystal, you have the warp points. The only exceptions to this is you don't have the Snow Peak, Desert, Mirror Chamber, or Sacred Grove warps. And Upper Zor's River, because you can just go get that yourself. But all the other ones, because it's part of Twilight Skip, you skip all of the portals you would have gotten. while going through the Twilight.
One thing to note about Goron Mines is its boss key is unique because it's actually 3 shards that combine to make the boss key, and those are also randomized, as JD just got one. And since we have boss keys enabled, you don't actually need them, but if that wasn't enabled, you would still need all 3 to get to Virus.
And that's actually a really big thing. Do they have boss keys enabled?
Should be, because all skips.
Yeah, I just didn't know if they did boss keys. I don't know. Because JD is... I mean, you gotta get all of them anyway, so yeah. And Uku, yes, is a check. But, I mean, that's fun times. Yeah, as Silo's saying, EMS is a really big gamble with Master Sword and Shadow Crystal randomized. Specifically, the Shadow Crystal aspect of it. That's great. That's really great. There's our second bomb bag. And honestly, it's hard to tell which one was first logical. Oh yeah, Shadow Crystal is randomized. The only time it's not randomized is if Midna's Desperate Hour skip is not skipped. In what regards? Do you mean like for Midna's Desperate Hour? Because it does. There's still a chest there for Shadow Crystal and Master Sword. There were custom chests implemented, so going into the Sacred Grove once you have the Shadow Crystal does give a check still. And actually, on the note of Bruce and Nesmond both being at the Goron Spring, so there is a skip option that is enabled called No Shop Bottles, which means that in Shop Sanity, any of the potion refills require you to have a bottle normally. So you can't buy them until you have a bottle in your inventory. But there's a skip called No Shop Bottles where you're able to buy them without bottles, and that's what has happened here. Is they're able to go through and buy the milk and all these other things because they don't have, they don't, like, they have the skip on, so they don't have to have a bottle. Yeah, you howl with the wolf, and then a chest spawns in the place of the golden wolf. And skills are not randomized currently. But their chest spawn, they do have a custom chest associated with them, and it's vanilla requirements. I'm noticing Nesmond and Bruce are like really in sync.
Yeah.
Planes, yes. Also, on that note, in the vanilla game, if you had the Hylian shield, you could not buy the Hylian shield check. Same with the Hawkeye. But that is fixed in randomizers, so yes, you can still buy them. And once you buy an option normally from the shop, you can buy its vanilla counterpart. So if you buy a red potion and it's like 20 rupees, if you buy that again, you get a red potion. And yes, you do get rupees if your wallet is full in this. So you don't just put it back in the chest. So, let's talk about logic for a second, because JD just found a nice little logical thing. The item that JD got the bow from originally was a bottle of milk. That is not in logic until you can get to Lanayru and get the bottle. So specifically, that bow that he just found in Goron Mines is the logical bow, the first logical bow. And the other one was just nice to have.
Yeah, so certain progressive items in here work just like many other randomizers where they're progressive. So if you get a quiver before you have the bow, the quiver turns into a bow, and so on.
Yeah. And Zeph, yes, currently, due to space requirements and how the randomizer is, we can't allow for complex logic yet, so we can't have multiple logic conditions. So if you have a skip on or off, the requirements for the check is still vanilla. And once we get closer to 1.0 and we start developing other means to randomize, then we will be able to do that. But currently it's a memory thing with the game. No, Ken, currently it is not.
And as it was mentioned earlier, the Bridge of Elden is not broken. It's already been warped in this version.
Yes, Zawa, there are plans to shuffle dungeon rewards eventually, and then also subsequently changing the win requirements. Kinda, yes. But we can change a lot of that stuff internally, so we can say that don't trigger certain stuff until certain things happen.
And technically, yes, Din, you can help. There is a donate link where you can donate to help fund the randomizer, but and I suppose we are open to having other coders. I don't know about that though.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing about like developing the randomizer is just you develop stuff and you help out just over time. Like, it's just something you just gotta earn. We don't just give that out. You have to earn it. That's the same thing with being a beta tester and help out, is you just make stuff and then once it happens and then it just goes from there.
Rip JD.
Yeah, JD getting that game over, rip. Nice. So Nesman finding a claw shot. And actually that is logical. I think that's logical claw shot.
Yeah, that's logical. The other one isn't so logical right now.
Yeah. Monk ass. Claw Shot is an extremely good item to have early. It unlocks a lot of stuff, and it makes Force Temple a lot easier.
Yeah,
kids, let's go.
Yeah, Nesmond's choice to rush Lineru early is paying off.
Yeah, because that looked like Goron Mines is really holding anything too important.
Yeah, a lot of the stuff, like the bow, well, the non-logical bow and boots were tied to leading to Goron Mines, but yeah.
What does beating Goron Mines unlock? Logically, there is a check up the mountain that you can use a Goron to jump up on, and also it unlocks Barnes bombs and everything. So logically, beating Goron Mines unlocks any of the bomb stuff, because you normally in vanilla get your bomb back from Barnes after beating Goron Mines.
Oh, and also, yeah, isn't archery still tied to beating Goron Mines?
Yes, doing Talos archery minigame is also tied to that. And Nesmond finding the Ordon sword. Nice.
Lineru is loaded.
In before vanilla Master Sword. So as for Castletown, at least, as long as you can get there, you can buy the stuff. You don't have to beat mines to buy the stuff. Yes, this is very much so. Nesmond making weird plays and somehow being ahead of everyone again.
Yeah, I noticed he went up to Goron Mines, but then left. But it seems to be paying off.
Yeah. So Ryu, yes. So Shadow Crystal is before itself because it can't be vanilla under these skip options. But, Sacred Grove is not reachable without the Shadow Crystal, because that gives you the ability to transform into a wolf, etc. And you can't... The other way to get to Sacred Grove is if you beat Snow Peak Ruins, and you can't do that without being a wolf, because scent. Well, it immediately became worth it. Zora armor being found in the compass chest. Was it compass or was it on Gore Liggs' room?
It was the Elder, I believe. Or no, purple rupee.
Oof. So what does Zora armor do? It makes it to where you can't drown. It's really useful if something ends up being in Lake Bed Temple.
Yeah, you can't do early lake bed now, right? Or not pillar clip because the water's filled.
I mean, yeah, you can't do the early one because, yeah. But if you have Zora armor, then you can clip all you want.
Yeah.
And JD dying again.
It's almost like he doesn't play the game.
Like, come on, JD. I know this is your first time playing, but get with the program.
Well, technically you could still do the Cucko dive into early lake bed, I believe, but that's stupid.
Yeah, logic is going to change a lot when 1.0 and stuff comes out. It's going to be a lot more stable, but like AX said, it's going to sacrifice a lot of the features we currently have just because we basically have to remake the entire randomizer when it comes to 1.0 because we're going to have to redo how it works and a lot of the stuff about it. I'm really sad to see that Pokemon Genius isn't in this race, because they're known as our resident trick finder, and he has like all these crazy videos on how to skip stuff and do things really weird. Like he found a way to do skip the Gorons, like get up the mountain without iron boots.
Yeah, he's the big brain.
Yeah, he's as we refer to him, he's our cheese guy. It looks like Nesman is going to show Agatha all the bugs, because it can't really hold any required things, but it's good if you want to get some resources going, because you could find other non-required stuff. Get some money going for you or something like that. Find bombs. And that's actually the struggle that a lot of people like to face early on, is looking for water bombs, so that way you don't have to do escort so early. However, if Nesman pulls it off perfectly and gets the routing fine, escort actually is really good for routing, because it takes you immediately to Kakariko once you do it. Oh, I know what Nesman's doing. So Nesman is doing the heart piece donation. In Randomizer, instead of having to donate 500 rupee or 1,000 rupees, you only have to donate 500. I know a lot of people just want it to be like 0 or something like that, but that's too nice.
I just wish we had one button to donate all.
I'm working on it, gosh. Yeah, he wanted to do the Agatha rewards because he wanted more money. Got the big brain moves.
JD not doing magnet skip.
GD, please. And looks like didn't get anything too important out of it. You notice that JD took off the Zora armor. Maybe after dying 2 or 3 times, kind of, yeah. But yes, Ryu, donation is only 500 rupees instead of 1,000. I mean, Gorons are nice. Is that a new version? Yes. This version that they are playing on actually came out a week ago. And is there coded logic? It's the same logic as before. Few shadows currently, getting all of them, yes, currently are useless because they have Midna's Desperate Hour skip on. So, it's actually, I always find it really funny and ironic, because JD is fighting Virus, and I remember the last seed I ran, and like I streamed it for development. I was like, you know, I should probably skip out, and chat was like, no, you should go do that, and my Shadow Crystal ended up being on Virus. And I felt so bad. What's new in the update? If you go into the Discord and go into the patch notes channel, you can see what's new. I say that because there's a lot in this past update. It's easier for you to read it than for me to say it.
But it's a really big update, so I mean that's why you may see some of these runners just be a little confused in a couple places, especially with the custom chests, because we actually haven't given the info of where they are exactly out yet, so it's kind of just a hint as to where they are.
Yeah, like there were 37 custom chests added in this past update, and yeah, we didn't tell anyone where any of them were. We just kind of told them a vague hint, and we're like, all right, cool, go on your way. And we gave the runners the option to know where the custom chests are, but they didn't want it. They wanted to go through here. And we also gave them, you know, a week to learn this version. So good on them. Alright, what's our boy Virus have? Game, please.
So Nesman's still the only one who's been into Lanayru much. So let's see if it keeps paying off.
Yeah, I mean, Claw Shot is definitely really nice to have.
And Lake Hylia has a lot of checks.
Oh yeah, I'm waiting for them to
Especially
go
with
on
Claw
the update.
Shot. Yeah.
So there is a place, it's called the Lake Hylia Lantern Cavern, and it has 16 or 15 checks in it. We call it Hype Cave because it usually has a lot of important stuff. But yes, Goron Mines only had Zor armor. Claw Shot was on the male Stag Beetle in North Glenaru. Or actually, I think it was the female. Yeah, Ordon Sword was on the male.
Yeah, it's funny that something got on both of those bugs.
And actually, Acer, game overing, rip. Nesman soft reset, that's just to get back up there to the top. It's actually not a bad strat.
I should actually do that.
Oh, Nesman, no. Nesman fell off and wasn't able to get it.
That drop is so Monka-esque.
Lantern was on the slingshot chest.
And Nesman is not getting the Poe for some reason.
Doesn't have Shadow Crystal. Can't.
Oh yeah, that's true, I forgot.
But yes, Post Sanity is on. I was about to say, if Shadow Crystal's been... And I didn't notice that. I'm bad at commentating.
No, it hasn't come up yet. I know where it is.
Of course you do. You rolled this.
Yeah.
Cheater. Yeah, Shadow Crystal. I think I have on my in-logic tracker that Shadow Crystal unlocks close to 100 checks. Interesting. Looking at Nesman going into City in the Sky to get these first couple of checks. Also, since Shop Sanity is on, the shop in City in the Sky is very much so fair game here.
It really is interesting to see the routing choices of some of these runners.
Oh yeah, like it's at these moments whenever they're gonna start kind of diverging after the Goron Mines type area. But yeah, Nesman being in City in the Sky, the best thing that's going to be found here is either Light Sword or Double Claw Shot.
And yeah, if you find Light Sword before Master Sword, that would just give you Master Sword, right?
Yes, Master Sword and Light Sword are progressive.
Yeah.
But if you find a Master Sword and see it in the sky, you know it's Light Sword.
Yeah.
And Bruce falling down a little too early. It looks like Nesman's just gonna dip out now. Not gonna try and go any further. Actually, with that spinner, you can't go any further.
Yeah. And it seems like Nesman's strategy is to like get as many later game checks that are convenient as possible.
I mean, it's not a bad play to make. You're just only gambling on Goron Mines currently, and
Yeah.
we all know that just had Zora armor, which, depending on how this seed turns out, could be a big brain play. Yes, early city in the sky means that the cannon is just there. Once you've cleared Lanayru Twilight, then it's just there. It looks like Nesman's going into Hype Cave. Let's go.
And it will be hype. Spoiler.
Oh my god, stop. Ceiling lock HP. Alright, 50 rupees. It's already hyped to me. So yeah, Nesman going through here without lantern or anything like that, using the ability to see in the dark. Yeah, bomb bag, that's the third one. That's all 3 bomb bags. And then technically there are 4 bomb bags in the game, so we're still missing our big bomb bag.
So yeah, Nesman can't get the 2 pose in here yet because no crystal, but he can clear the rest of it.
Gosh, Chris, fix your mic, God. How many checks does this have? 15. There are 15 total in the entire thing. In the entire Lake Hylia Cave. Hey, big wallet. It says you can hold up to 600 rupees, but randomizer it's 5,000. Just a little bit of a difference.
Alright, my mic should be a little bit better.
Oh yeah, it's technically with the pose, it's 17. Counting the pose. And JD should be getting the Ordon Sword and Claw Shot pretty soon. Not even 10k. No, the game acts weird whenever you try and say that you can hold 10k. It doesn't like 5-digit values. So when you get the Giant's Wallet, it's 9,999. We have definitely found a lot of ways to break the game in rando development.
Especially with Fast Transform, which will be coming up eventually.
Yeah. Yeah, we've broken the game just 1 or 2 times. Only 1 or 2 though. Alrighty, we're about a little past the halfway point of Hype Cave. And Nesmond going backwards. Yeah, I think he realized it now. He's like, hold on a second. Something doesn't add up. JD finding that claw shot. Nice, nice, nice.
Yeah, going through Lanero Cave without the lantern is kind of bad. I mean,
Well,
it's definitely doable, but yeah, because if you
like
fall,
always.
yeah, but like if you fall, it actually respawns you at the very start of the cave.
Getting pretty monka now.
I think he's got this.
Alright, here's Poe number 2. Hey, bugs are pretty hype. Kinda, not really. There's more rupees. I don't know about you guys, but I'm having a wonderful time in Hype Cave.
Just wait.
Look, you're ruining it for me, gosh.
That's what I'm here for.
Just you wait.
Look at that
Chris is
big
like,
money.
Chris is like, you thought 100 rupee was so cool, just wait.
Yeah, just wait for the silver.
Twilight Princess rupees. Yes, a large number of the checks in this game are money. Alright, there is literally one chest left in Hype Cave. Let's see if it lives up to its title. And there's Shadow Crystal. There it is. So now, is Nesmond gonna go back through and get all the Poes?
Or he just skips the last one too.
Yeah, skip the last one too, because why not?
But yeah, like that's the main thing I found interesting about this seed, because it does make the runners have to choose if they want to go back for the pose.
And doesn't look like Nesmond's gonna go back.
So one thing that Randomizer has recently added is quick transform. So to avoid a bunch of issues with it, we restrict it to only happen when Link is in a specific state, as well as having the item wheel open, and when you have to press Z with the item wheel open.
Yeah, so you just open it up, and you open up the item menu, and you press Z, and you transform, and it doesn't matter if people are here or not. It will allow you to transform. So that's really cool. You'll notice that Shadow Crystal isn't on the tracker. That's because it was literally added a week ago, and so yeah, we didn't really give people much notice, and I apologize for that. We wanted to keep it as hype as possible. Trying to think what else. Bruce just did child archery and didn't get anything too important out of it. And looks like Nesmond is howling at the stone. I guess wanting the mortal draw? That's interesting. But yeah, I have a web tracker that I kind of built, and it's like really, really out of date. And I've been working on a newer one ever since 0.16 has released, and it's been interesting. So the hidden skills are not progressive when you get them from the chests, and so since this one in certain vanilla progression is for the mortal draw for a lot of people, the mortal draw is in the chest that comes from this specific wolf. So either he knows that and he's big braining it, or yeah.
Oh, there's JD getting the first Dominion Rod.
Nice. So, Chris said first. That is because there are 2 Dominion rods in the game. There's the one you get from Temple of Time, and then there's the one you get from Shad after showing in the Skybook. And that's because they're progressive. So the first one that JD got, you'll notice if he ever gets it out that it's unpowered because it only works in Temple of Time. And the second one is available also that allows you to use it outside in the open world.
JD doing the same mistake we've all made, forgetting about our health when we do the Lake Hylia hole drop.
Yes, second rod is a check. Now, noticed earlier, a couple of the erasers went into the basement of the Kakariko Sanctuary, and there was a chest down there, and that is to resemble the powered Dominion Rod. And it's specifically set that you need the Skybook to get it. And so, since they had the empty Skybook early on, they just went ahead and got that. And Bruce getting the Ordon Sword, so that's always nice. And JD is in Lake Hylia, which means that it's not going to be too far before we see them getting the Shadow Crystal, so that'll be nice. Tunic Colors in 1.0. Tunic Colors is a lot harder than you would think. Because if you'll notice with Nesmin, it's not actually that Nesmin's tunic is blue, it's that Nesmin has a blue glow to him. So like Link himself has a bluish glow to him, specifically the models that are on there. So it's hard to do. There's the spinner. Okay, so now Chris, where would you go in this scenario?
I would have to rush Desert. Especially since you're already in Lake Hylia.
Yeah, I think definitely finishing out what you're doing and then going there is not a bad idea. But why are they playing the GameCube version? Because Rando is for the GameCube version specifically. Yes, Arbiter's Grounds is fully completable at this point. They have Claw Shot and they have Spinner, and that's all you really need. Yes, you need Shadow Crystal to go to the desert. Fire will not let you fly out to the desert. Like, if you try and shoot out, it will spit you back out at the lake. Yeah, Nesmin big-brained it and did the one thing that no one else did and did not go into Goron Mines. So Nesmin does not have Zora armor, but skipped losing about 20 minutes. Why not Wii U? Because the Wii U is coded differently, and we just have not done that yet. Nesman big braining it. And it looks like Nesman is deciding, yep, gonna go to the desert and take care of all that. Rock Chalk, thank you for the sub. Really appreciate that. Actually, I wonder, what's our sub goal right now for ZSR? Next sub goal, Trez Ocarina concert. Oh man, you guys are gonna love that. Okay, so since keys are shuffled, specifically you're gonna see Nesman looking for a specific key. It's for the Bubbling Camp in the Bubbling Camp, yeah, it's for. I actually believe Trez is a little busy right now, so I don't know if that would actually summon Trez. But we'll be here for a little bit, so maybe. I have 50k unspent channel points that could go towards something. Trez said that he would do a glitch logic, but it said he wouldn't do a no logic one, so we'll see. And while we do have 4 people on Restream, there's actually more than 4 people racing right now. We actually have a 5th racer who is off stream that over time will be swapped in and out as time permits and everything goes on. Who else is racing? It is Mizuki, if I am correct. There were more than that originally signed up, but life happens and just other things. So, but we have 5 racers, and they're really awesome. Who's first? It's hard. It's always hard to tell in a randomizer who's actually winning, quote unquote. But if I had to say who has an advantage right now, I would say Nesman, because Nesman found the claw shot and has the spinner and is in the desert.
And has Crystal.
Yeah, and has Crystal. No one else has Crystal, but JD is going to be getting that pretty soon because it is at the very end of the Lantern Cave. And then we'll see if JD decides to go back through and get the pose. Are you winning, son? Yeah, Dad, thanks. We're all winners here. Chat's the real winner. And now I get to see JD open a whole bunch of rupees. ZeldaSpeedRuns 2 rating with a party of 45. Thank you guys very much. Welcome to the stream. It's actually going pretty well. What was on ZSR 2? I believe it was the Kraus keys. Okay, so it looks like Nesman's gonna actually start taking out more Poes now. Do you need you need fishing rod to beat Ganon and Logic? Of course. Sarcasm, but it's hilarious. I mean, technically, in the earlier versions of the randomizer, yes, you did, because it literally locked everything. Poe from a Poe, let's go.
Yeah, logically speaking, you're most likely to get rupees or Poe souls, since there's 60 Poe souls, and then I don't even know how many rupees. Just too many rupees. Out of 505 checks, over 100 of them are rupees and Poe souls.
Yeah. So the win requirement is vanilla. So your goal is to ultimately beat Ganon, and to get there you have to beat Palace of Twilight. And to get to Palace of Twilight, you have to beat Arbiter's Grounds and City in the Sky. This randomizer works on hardware and on Dolphin. It works on both. There's a setup guide for both. It's really great. The website was created by one of our amazing developers, Lunai's, and it's really beautiful. Got to give all the shout-outs here. I'm not going to shout out Chris, though, because Chris rolled this seed.
Yeah, I don't deserve it. It's a horrible seed.
Is it pure GC only? It's the GameCube version of the game. So if you have a GameCube disc and you have a homebrewed Wii, you can do it there. Yeah, so as long as you have the GameCube version. And hey, the magic armor on the final Poe. Nice.
Looks like JD is going back for the other Poe. Going backwards through the cave.
Yeah, I mean, I'd go back for the Poes. I don't know if I'd go backwards, but definitely this is the way I would have done.
I feel like voiding and then going through it again would be a little bit faster. I don't know, it's hard to say.
Yes, you can do it on your USB loaded copy. You absolutely can. It works with a disc or with an ISO. If you check out the website for the setup stuff, it tells you how you can do that. And looks like Acer is actually getting Barnes Bomb Bag check. Oh yeah, shoutouts to the wiki. I know a lot of people have made a lot of contributions, especially Chris. Chris has made a lot of contributions to the wiki, getting it all set up and look nice. Something that I don't know how to do and I'm not gonna try it yet, TBH. And there's the second Dominion Rod in the Hype Cave. So if Temple of Time is required, that's a huge advantage for JD.
Yeah. Told you it'd be the Hype Cave.
I guess you mean like a mute sound or something like that? I mean, I have my my mic's kind of sensitive, and so I have push to talk on for my mic. But yeah, if it comes to Temple of Time, then Nesman is immediately at a disadvantage. But yeah, the red thing means that I'm like actually vocally talking right now. So whenever it detects audio, then that's what it does. It's to show who is talking currently. But yeah, it's a little bit actually kind of sad to see because it's a really big thing in randos where if someone goes somewhere, they're even more unlikely to go back. And so since Nesman has already completed the Lake Hylia cave, he's even more unlikely to go back to it. Yeah, you're not wrong. Gosh, J-Bone, I'm gonna poke you in the eye. Oh, you're harassing me. I didn't ask for this.
Who's calling his mistakes mistakes? It's good routing.
Yes, so Kabi, in the Discord server, you have to have a game region role and a language role before you're able to see or type anything. And you don't need the 3 fuse shadow pieces currently, because they only lock Midna's Desperate Hour, but since it's skipped, you don't have to really do anything. You can just use the Shadow Crystal to get back there. So texture packs, nothing is really banned per se. Like, you can use whatever texture pack you want. I have a Frankenstein texture pack that I use all the time. I mean, there's not really anything based. We don't really have rule sets or anything. We just play to have fun at this point. That's like the big thing here. Yeah, like AX said, every race will have its own rules. The rules for this one is basically have fun and go at it. Yeah, this is one of those, hey, look what we created, it's awesome, and we really want you guys to enjoy it as well. And over time, like, the randomizer is constantly evolving. In the past 3 months, we went from version 0.16 to 0.6 to 0.16. We have improved by leaps and bounds ridiculously, and it's only up from here. A lot of stuff has changed from 0.6 to 16. Completely different. Like, if you played it before, you wouldn't know what's going on. And before Cave of Origins required, please not like this. I actually had a seed where I didn't have Early City in the Sky on, and I had to do Cave of Origins because my final Skybook character was in it. Cave of Ordeals! God! Ugh.
Happens to the best of us.
People. And if you guys are wondering why I keep saying Cave of Origins, it's because I've played Pokemon Omega Ruby recently. That's my issue. Nesmond not grabbing pose? Oh no. Are dungeon rewards randomized? They are not currently. Nesmond's big braining this entire seed. Not wrong. And it looks like JD is going into Lake Bed. Gonna pillar clip in, which is something we haven't seen yet this time. JD, please. Come on.
I've never seen it with Zora armor done like this. Like, I've always seen it where you sink all the way to the bottom and then you get the clip easier.
Yeah, you line up with the corner. That's how I do it, is I just go down to the bottom, line up with the corner, and just go straight up.
Yeah.
Planes, the coral earring is, because that allows you to get the freakfish scent, which allows you to get in. Hey, look, water bombs. And Nesman gonna collect the mortal draw here because he howled for the wolf. So now Nesman has the mortal draw. Gonna look at it. It's gonna say shield attack, but graphically it's wrong. You have the mortal draw because menu is weird. As for settings, all sanity. All skips, all sanity. There's not really a command for it. Yeah, we talked about wallets earlier. So the way wallets are set up is your first wallet you start out has 1,000 rupee limit. Second one is 5,000, and the third one is 9,999. Is there a lot of checks on Arbiter's Grounds? There's a number. Let me pull it up real quick. There are 20 in Arbiter's Grounds. Is there a list of what is possibly needed? Yes. It's in the item checks file that's in our randomizer, so you'd actually have to learn how to read it. And yes, so the key he's looking for is specifically in that chest that is next to him. The Bubbling Camp key is actually really, really weird. And so, yeah, the key that he's looking for is in that chest. And, yeah, he doesn't have the key and he's wondering, wait, what? So he's gonna have to start looking around now.
This is where we get to start to see Runner's skills of finding the custom chests.
I mean, it was literally right next to him, so... If he leaves and then comes back, then, I mean, he's thinking, like, what did I miss? Looks like Nesman's gonna warp back to Mesa, maybe? Just go back, go back. What?
F.
I'm watching. I'll see. Oh, yep, he warped away.
Yeah, I wonder if he was trying to do map glitch, but maybe failed it.
I mean, at that point, I just would have... Well, he's not transforming back into a wolf, so... I don't know. I don't agree with this play at all. So I guess I can kind of explain, because people are talking about how that key is kind of weird. Reason why it's kind of weird is so every single thing that you do in the game, it sets something in the code. So everything is done. But yeah. In that specific area, they are all tied to one area node. Or one flag. And so all the chests are... Like, the flag is set once you get all of the chests. Yeah, and JD finding double claw shot in lake bed, so that's pretty nice. Getting double hook shot. Hey, I mean, anything's a hook shot if you're dedicated enough.
Goron Mines and Lake Bed are not required. They do have a lot of checks combined though, so it is worth it to go through them. But you don't have to actually beat them to beat the game right now. So Acer is about to get the Shadow Crystal, and we'll see if he goes back for the Poe, which, as we know, is just an orange ruby, but still, runners don't know that. And Nesmin is taking a trip through Goron Mines. So Nesmin is the only one of these four that put off doing Goron Mines, and Goron Mines does have Zora armor, so that could potentially set him back behind the other runners for a little bit, but we'll see if we'll see how it turns out.
Yeah, I mean, JD definitely made the big brain play and went to lake bed first. Yes, JD can fully clear Arbiters in City in the Sky. Yes, Uku overwrites other Ukus, so if you get one in one dungeon and then you get one in another dungeon, you get the one from the other dungeon. Master Sword required for... it is required for Twilight Palace, because swords are progressive and you need Light Sword, so you have to have Master Sword before Light Sword.
Also, Master Sword is required to do anything to the final phase of the Ganondorf fight. And ball and chain is definitely a useful item to have, especially if you don't have bombs. In this particular seed, it...
I mean, Ball and Chain's nice, but you're gonna need it to beat Zant, so there's something definitely to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, give me a sec.
Yeah, planes. Yeah, you can do pretty much a lot with the ball and chain, because you can also ironically burn webs with it. So yeah, you can burn webs and break rocks with it. So in that sense, it's pretty much equivalent or even better than bombs.
Yeah, ball and chain can break webs.
And yeah, as far as tracking goes, the trackers you see on screen are actually controlled by other ZSR trackers, like from Uter. So yeah, the runners don't actually update what you see.
Yeah, now we've got our friend Bruce over here in Bubbling Camp. Hopefully, gets everything that they need. Yeah, with JD having that ball and chain, it actually provides for really close to being in go mode, actually. I think specifically just need the coral earring in case you need to do Snow Peak, and then both the Master Sword upgrades. Speaking of coral earring, there we go. Okay, and then looks like Bruce is gonna grab the key and dip out. Yeah, it's fine. Whenever Nesmond goes back in, because like I said, the flags are weird. Whenever Nesmond goes back in, the key will be back. Because, yeah. Just the bubbling camp area in general is kind of finicky, but there's no risk for soft block or anything.
So Nesman, I believe, is the only runner who's gone back for the... Well, he didn't actually go back, but he's the only one who's gotten that Goron Mines Clawshot chest, but it's not required, so no advantage there.
So we've got 2 people in Lake Bed, 1 person about to be in Arbiter's Grounds, and 1 person in Goron Mines. Love to see it.
So Nesman looks like he's using up his bomblings so that he can fill that bomb bag with water bombs.
Be hilarious to see our 5th runner. Actually, I don't know where our 5th runner is. Fifth runner at Zelda RNG Cycle 275. Zelda RNGs, it's all fun and games until it's not.
Is Acer the only one who still hasn't gotten the Orden Sword yet?
Yes, I believe so. Also doesn't have, basically, I think, yeah, does Acer have Crystal, I think I saw them get it.
Yeah, I think so, but also no Claw Shot yet.
Yeah, true, and definitely in Lake Bed without a Claw Shot, which means that they haven't been to North Linear Field. Do we remember if double Claw Shot was Claw Shot locked? part of the strategy is going to take the wooden shield all the way to Ganon. Well, you see, that won't bode too well because you got to beat some people before then.
Yeah, there's a claw shot in the lake bed, which is the right wing lower chest. I don't remember if that's claw shot locked.
Nah, it shouldn't be. Getting the ball and chain there. No, bomblings are actually not specifically required for any checks. Man, everyone are just getting dungeon maps now. Alright, and JD is gonna go poke Morpheal in the eye. Morpheal's bad, man. Surprised no one's found Master Sword yet. Yeah, I'm getting the feel that it could be in Sacred Grove. Or, even worse, Castletown shops.
Well, fun fact, while I was going through generating seeds for this, one of them did have Vanilla Master Sword.
That's hilarious. Master Sword or Sacred Grove has 3 checks: Shadow Crystal, Master Sword, and the Snail. Brother's in this race and he found Master Sword already. Well, good for him.
So Fast Transform is a new feature. If you have the crystal, you can open item wheel and press C, and it'll auto-transform you, ignoring any humans that may be nearby.
Press Z as in zebra. Shadow Crystal, yeah, is randomized, and so once you get that, then you can fast transform, but you still need the Shadow Crystal to transform in general. And JD getting the beautiful, beautiful orange rupee for beating Morpheal. And another thing you'll notice as a result of Midna's Desperate Hour skip is whenever he warps out, he should warp out to the lake area instead of going straight to, instead of going into the cutscene.
So JD is the only one with double claws right now.
Yeah. I mean, we know where Coral Earring is, so technically we're 2 items away from no mode. Oh yeah, until Light Sword was randomized, anything that was locked by Double Claw Shot really wasn't a thing, because Double Claw Shot was the latest in progression. But now, you actually have to look now. How is warping managed? If you have Twilight Skip enabled, you are automatically given the warps that you would have gotten from clearing the Twilights. But yeah. Also, the only, I guess, side quest that isn't really randomized at this point is the perfect score from Plum's Fruit Game. You won't see that even remotely being randomized. So that's like next level stuff.
I want Frogler to be randomized.
God, no, please. We don't need roll goal in our lives.
I mean, is it really all sanity if you're not getting the Frogler and Hylian Loach? Let's be real.
Look. If I'm going to put something on Frog Lure, I'm going to change the requirement where Frog Lure is on 8-8 instead of 1-8. I feel that's a nice compromise. Yo, if we get to see something on Plum's game, that's awesome, because Plum is like a nice little funny side chat, because I refer to it as the tsundere bird. So the actual minigame is called Roll Goal, but Chris is saying Frog Lure, because that's the item that you get. Like, that's what you're able to use from completing Roll Goal. But unless we want this to go from an X hour seed to a 20-hour seed, Roll Goal is not a thing.
Yeah, like, I forget, do you have to complete all the levels of Roll Goal to get the Frogler, or,
It's only the first...
It's... Yeah, like, how many levels are there in total, by the way? I think it's like 60-something?
There's 64 total, because there's 1-8, and then it goes 2-8, 3-8, 4-8, all the way to 8-8. It's going to be more than several minutes. If you have 8-8 enabled, you're going to be there for at least an hour. Honestly, I don't even know if there is the reward for beating all 64. Okay, it looks like we're gonna see JD doing the owl statues now. Also, something that also gets pointed out is you'll notice that whenever they enter an area, they don't get that annoying ruby text whenever you pick up a ruby for the first time. That is a rando thing that was changed and added, so it's pretty cool. It looks like we're going to see Acer attempt the pot clip here, so that's going to be interesting. No! No! Are you freaking kidding me? No! Oh my god. Dude! Thank you, oh my god. Am I allowed to share the secret, or what? Dude, that's freaking awesome, thank you. That means a lot. Oh, it's not a secret, okay. For those of you who don't know, I was just promoted to admin of the TPR Discord, so that really means a lot to me.
That's a pog.
It really is a pog. So, anyways, we're watching Acer fight a giant frog. That's pretty cool, I guess. Not using ball and chain, but whatever.
Still rocking that wooden sword.
Hey, don't diss the wooden sword.
Oh, I love it. That's why I kind of like the seed was partially a plan though. I just wanted runners to have to stick with the wooden sword for a little bit. So I kind of put off wooden sword for a little bit.
God. Man, yeah, JD is on the hunt right now, like ignoring dungeon progression and everything and just looking for that Master Sword right now. Because he knows that it has to be somewhere around here. But finding some water bombs instead, that's fine.
The Master Sword is actually in kind of a bad place. I will say, it's water bomb locked.
Listen here! Quit your bullshit.
No, I love that.
Hey, finding a Hylian shield in Arbiter's Grounds. Pog, I guess? And that's actually the 4th Poe for Bruce, so not too shabby. JD, I think you've already checked this. Oh no, someone else checked it, never mind.
Looks like Acer's gonna be fighting Deku Toad for a while with the wooden sword. Cause I don't know how much HP Deku Toad has, but I know it'll take a while.
A lot. Yeah, it looks like JD is cleaning up some overworld stuff before just committing hard to the dungeon dives. So yeah, AX just posted the seed into one of our channels on the Discord. So if you actually want to play it yourself, you can go and get the seed hash and go from there. One hit, wow. Expected runtime, we mentioned this a couple times before. It depends, honestly. Standard seeds can run anywhere from, I mean, they have a variable amount of time. I usually say about 5 to 6 hours is like the standard average time. And that's with no glitches or anything. Fastest seed I've ever heard of was 3 hours and 48 minutes that I've heard of. Someone maybe even better.
Yeah, I believe it was the 8AD8 seed from a while back. That one was super fast.
888, that was a notorious seed. People were like, "Oh, I just got this really fast seed," and it turns out that the randomizer was busted in the older version and kept giving people the same seed. It's pretty great.
Yeah, because that was the one that had you in go mode by the end of Goron Mines.
Yeah, ridiculous. But as for the fastest seed, the playthrough of it was I completely skipped everything and rushed Lakebed. Like once I ended up getting everything really like easily accessible, and I rushed Lakebed, and everything but double claw shot was in Lakebed, and I went to Arbiter's Ground and found double claw shot there, and then it was immediate go mode, and it was an amazing seed. So actually, I have my points now. Hold on a second. Get in here.
Oh no, what have you done?
The Harbinger of Hell himself, the Conjurer of Demons. So, looks like Bruce is not going to go for DSS, maybe. We'll see after this beginning phase. For those of you who don't know, DSS stands for Death Sword Skip, and it's a really cool little jump that allows you to well skip the Death Sword. But since he has Spinner, he may not want to just leave afterwards and want to continue through the dungeon normally. This is an interesting location that we haven't seen yet. JD just finished the Elden Stock Cave. So that's nice. Didn't have anything, but still nice.
Wahahaha! I got summoned.
Yes, you did. 50,000 points of my life I'll never get back, but...
Worth it.
So I want your opinion on something.
Huh?
It's not really that big of a secret that Twilight Princess is like one of your quote-unquote games.
Yes.
So what's your opinion on all this so far?
Well, if we actually reach 5 hours, which seems reasonable at this point, I wonder if anybody can take 5 hours of TP at this point. So, yeah, I don't know.
5 hours of TP is definitely a good amount of TP.
If it's Hundo, I agree. But this is not Hundo. This is confusing.
Yeah, definitely. I think over time it'll definitely cut down, but yeah,
Also,
there's a
good
lot
job,
of...
Bruce. That was really not how you do this sword. What? Bruce, no! Come on! Just do the 1 cycle.
This is the extended 1 cycle.
This is the extended skip.
I mean, it's Death Sword skip. The best of all Death Sword skips.
I'm not even sure if you can do this right without Master Sword.
I have no idea, honestly. I don't think I've ever tried it without Master Sword.
You probably can, but it probably takes forever. There we go. But yeah, this is gonna be interesting, and how long it takes, I have no idea, but it's cool that we have it. It's the thing now.
Yeah, definitely a work in progress, but it's exciting to see it becoming a thing over time.
Yep.
Nesman just got the double claw shot.
Oh, hooray. Alright, what does the spinner chest have for us? Could it be our light sword? You know, I've actually seen that stream, and it was very entertaining. And is JD killing time until night, or... I wonder.
And for those who don't know how TP's day-night cycle works, currently there's no way to change from day to night. And I believe the day is like 9 minutes long and the night is around 7 minutes, something around there. And furthermore, time only passes in certain areas, so like time does not pass in Kakariko right now, but it passes in the Gorge area. So it's kind of a pain to have to route that in, but it adds to the fun.
Yeah. And actually, I'm really surprised that no one has routed in Escort, because it automatically sets time of day to night. And so I don't... Like, it's really interesting to not see that being utilized in some way. Yeah, and leaving City in the Sky, certain dungeons set time of day, but yeah, leaving City in the Sky always turns a day. It's always daytime there. Alright, looks like Bruce is gonna go fight the giant skeleton in the desert. Because there are multiple skeletons in the desert, but this is the giant one. This is the one that matters.
Yeah,
Nothing
for some reason, the spinner isn't actually on this tracker, but yeah, I think everyone has double claw now, except Acer.
Yeah, but that's just a quick dip into... actually, yeah, it's just a quick dip into lake bed. Yes, exploding cats. Dungeon rewards are still vanilla. Oh, he got one from Acer. Okay, so Acer is still missing the original claw shot. Okay. And this is actually really interesting. Nesman utilizing the City in the Sky Uku to get warped back out. So that's pretty cool. Nice to have Uku. Yeah, Twilight Princess Randomizer has been a thing for about a year. It hasn't really progressed much in the beginning because it was a lot of information gathering. This game is really complex, and it was just figuring out how it ticks and how it works before we were able to start implementing a lot of stuff. And a lot of the stuff is still what's considered proof of concept, and so it's more or less us finding out, okay, this is possible, now how do we do it right? Yeah, Bruce is on a really great level, but missing some important items, specifically double claw shot and ball and chain. And speaking of ball and chain, are we about to see JD do the ice puzzle? Starlord with Ordon Sword, yeah, it'll take a hot second.
I've never had a seed where ice puzzle was required yet.
Yeah, I don't think I have either. It's definitely possible, though. Gosh, come on, JD. You're supposed to have these puzzles memorized. Yeah, kind of like Link's Awakening on Switch, except we don't have a giant Cyclops to throw us to the final dungeon. No, JD, don't do it. It's not worth it. Nesman collecting another hidden skill? Question mark? Oh, he's going to Sacred Grove, so he's going to get that Helm Splitter. Actually, I don't think you can use Helm Splitter without the Shield Bash, so that'll be interesting. Yeah, the skills thing is kind of a graphical thing, because whenever you get a skill from a chest, it actually gives you that skill, but graphically it only updates them in a line, so it'll show 2 and then 3 and then 4 and so on and so forth. But over time we'll fix that. And down goes Stellard. Yes, they are progressive in the base game. It's just we haven't made them out to be progressive in the randomizer yet, because whenever you put them into the chests and everything, we have to redo that, retell the game how to handle the skills, because they're not handled in the vanilla way.
Some of the grottos are a real pain to have to deal with.
Some of the grottos?
Only some if you're good.
So what you're saying is I need to get good.
I mean, that's been known.
Ooh, yeah, you're right. I'm a scrub. It is what it is.
We all are.
It's fine. It's okay. It's casual. Everything's great. Yeah, if you do spin attack strats, it actually makes Star-Lord a really quick fight. And if you have Master Sword, it's a 1 cycle, so... yes, you currently still have to chase Skull Kid twice, as a human and as a dog boy.
JD actually got saved by a fairy, it looked like. Or no, he got a heart piece, never mind.
Yeah, the heart piece, but still saved. Nesman over here trying to shoot the Skull Kid, and every time he shoots a shot, a puppet gets in the way. Is it possible that a Poe might have the Master Sword? No. Poes start in the layer after Master Sword / Shadow Crystal. Yeah, Light Sword can be anywhere that's not the second half of Palace of Twilight or Hyrule Castle. And looks like, hey, Bruce is checking CAC Night Shot. So, I can try and think of a nice way to put layers. Layers, as I've said before, are defined by an item. So when it comes to placing the items in a seed, it will always place them in a specific order. And so, and it's based on the vanilla order. So it'll always place fishing rod, then slingshot, then sword, then lantern, and it just goes on and on. And so, with layers, you can logically deduce that, like, you'll never find double claw shot. Or, sorry, not double. Yeah, I'll say that. You'll never find double claw shot in a light sword locked area. Because that's how they work. Specific, even more, you'll never find, like, a slingshot in a claw shot locked. And so that's just how the layers are. It's just the game places these in a very specific way. And over time, as we get more complex logic in, then we can allow for different randomizations and more specific scenarios. Yeah, and Chris posted how it is. Yo, Master Sword Pog! Let's go! So, for those of you who didn't see, Master Sword was with the Goron that was underwater on the rock. Yeah, currently it's very similar to vanilla item progression. As things change, it will be different, but currently, yeah. Yeah, Ordon Sword is useless if you get Master Sword early, because then you're just walking around with something that does less damage. No, Ordon Sword doesn't unlock any specific checks. JD not utilizing quick transform, monk ass.
Yeah, there will be multiple logic options in the future. Like, as it is right now, this is glitchless logic. We currently have a no logic, but it's still very bare bones. And there will be a glitched logic in the future.
Oh, JD's at Zora's Domain. Is he gonna go for a Master Sword? Why are there claw shot and double claw shot in inventory? That's a great question. So for Randomizer, we had to rewrite some of the item stuff because certain items can overwrite other items. So an example is the sketch from Ashi and the memo from Aru. So what we had to do is we had to kind of rewrite the inventory system, and there's JD getting that. So that way, when you're in certain areas, certain items appear in your inventory wheel. And so we just did that, and it caused claw shot and double claw shot to be in your inventory after we reworked it, and didn't hurt anything. So we've kept it that way so far. They are progressive, but claw shot and double claw shot are progressive items. So if you get double claw shot first, you will get the claw shot instead. I mean, it's more of a feature in the sense that we know how to fix it. We just haven't because we thought it was kind of cool. But yes, Acer got the Master Sword. Yes, exactly. So in the actual vanilla game, there's item slots for every single item, and when you get the double claw shot, the game turns off the item slot for claw shot. And in Rando, we just don't do that yet. Yeah, but internally they are separate. Okay, so JD is currently just missing Light Sword for Go mode. Boat time. No. I hate this check, specifically the second one. I did a 200% run, which is basically you get every single check in the game, and I saved this boat, the second boat ride, for next. It was pretty great, and it ended up being a piece of a heart. So it is what it is. I was talking with one of the other developers, and we thought about a potential 300% run, and that's where we just figure out what all flags get set in the entire game, and then your goal is to set all the flags. But that would be ridiculously long.
Well, I think there is a run submitted for all flags on the extension board, and it's like 100 hours or something, but no video.
Oh, APF? Okay. That's nice. I'm guessing all potential flags, all permanent flags, okay. And it looks like JD is finally going to the desert. How can you transform with humans around? That is because of quick transform. It allows you to transform whenever. And actually JD is doing flight by foul. Sadness.
I think JD is the only one getting the nighttime pose in Lake Hylia.
Yeah, that's something we haven't seen yet. No, currently there's not a way to change between daytime and nighttime. It's been looked into, though.
Yeah, the only way is by triggering certain game events, such as leaving City in the Sky sets it to day. Things like that can change the time of day, but that's really the only exception to that.
Okay, we'll see if Nesman grabs the coral earring. And looks like he may not. He already got the coral earring? Did he? I may not have been paying attention. I didn't know if Nesman already got it. Oh yeah, according to his personal tracker, he already got it. Cool. Oh no! No!
F.
Yeah, get some F's in chat for Nesman. That's bad. But we got Bruce and Kakariko. Okay, it's not too bad. Luckily, Nesman should just be able to run back in and continue with where it was left off. Bruce was looking for Master Sword and Light Sword. But Nesman running around with that Zora armor on is gonna hurt with all these fire arrows flying around.
Yeah, I believe fire arrows do 3 hearts to Zora armor.
Yeah, a good thing to think about is fire and ice do 10 times damage while you're wearing Zora armor. So, it hurts. JD going to do, see about doing the second game. Do you find bottle contents? Does the bottle come with it? No. So you have to read the text very carefully and listen to the get item sound, and it'll tell you whether or not you actually got the bottle. Actually, all the bottles but one come with contents. The only empty bottle is the one you get from the fishing hole. All the other ones have something. Uh-oh, JD's running out of time. There we go. So one thing you'll notice on Bruce's screen that is really an Easter egg, and I thought it is absolutely hilarious. But you notice that there are the 3 tiers of life that are just sitting there. You can actually like push them and stuff, and it's really funny. And that's just a side effect of skipping the Twilight, and it 110% can be removed. It's just not. So now we got Nesman going into Arbiter's Grounds, and everyone else is just kind of hunting right now. It'll be interesting to see whenever JD decides to go to Arbiter's Grounds. Bruce, I believe, hasn't gone to Lake Bed. Yeah, Bruce doesn't have the ball and chain yet, so Bruce hasn't gone to Lake Bed yet. Yeah, the ball and chain is more of a tell for me because there is a claw shot in Lake Bed. And since they haven't gotten the claw shot, then that's how I know that. Or have gotten the ball and chain, that's how I know. And for those of you who are wondering, because Jim pointed it out in chat, you're wondering why wasn't Bruce able to buy water bombs? Because he hasn't done escort yet. You can't buy water bombs until you do escort. And so they just kind of sit there, menacingly. You did escort and it bugged out. What? Yeah, you should have been able to go back there and then open the Zora armor check and everything, and it should have been fine. But Rotella it didn't bug out. Rotella didn't bug out. Luckily, there's a backup. You scuffed? Okay. Yeah, but there is a backup for bombs, so if you don't know about them or not, there's another way to get water bombs. Anyways, Acer is doing escort right now as well. Yeah, I saw it, where they just kind of sit there and float. Yeah, I mean, I can look into it and see, but you still can find water bombs, so it's not the end of the world. You know, we're about to see what's on Vanilla Zora armor. Got a purple rupee. Nice. You can do the castle shop. The Malo Mart castle shop you can buy from there, and I think there are some in City in the Sky, maybe. But I know for sure the Castletown Malo Mart.
Oh, fun fact about the graveyard now having the chests is there's actually a small use for going out of bounds there and going to graveyard early, because you can get the Zora armor check early.
True, yeah. Okay, yeah, so yeah, see, so Castletown. But yeah, Castletown can get you what you need. And looks like people are just kind of piecing around right now, looking for different things. JD having transformed to open the chest. Oh no, Acer!
The Poe went out of bounds.
Yeah. Well, actually, I think it's even worse than that. Maybe time of day. I think it may have turned day on him. Nope, there it is. Okay, got lucky. Okay, let's see if water bombs are also messed up for JD. Okay, getting that bomb check. Okay, so yeah, JD was able to buy them. Cool. Which means, Bruce, you broke it. How dare you? I think maybe, I don't know, did Bruce get the Zora Armor chest? Like, did he actually open the Zora Armor chest? He went back there? Okay. Oh no, that's weird. I'll look into it. I'll look into that, because it should be consistent. Not like game breaking, just an interesting thing to note. Is Tier of Light randomizer? Why though? People come up and ask about like these random randomizations, and I'm just like, why? This game sucks. Oh, come on. Don't be that way. You poor Bruce. It's okay. Hawkeye Pog. Where are the book characters? Everywhere. So the book characters, what are they? You get them in the vanilla game whenever you are trying to get into the city in the sky, and you have to move the owl statues and repair the skybook. And so if you don't have early city in the sky enabled, you have to get all of the skybook characters in order to make the canon appear at the lake. And honestly, yeah, a lot of changes were made regarding that, specifically because Shad, sorry, Shad the Chad is what I always called him, but yeah, he sucks and would break a lot of stuff. So we had to fix that. Hey, it tries its best. There's JD getting the hot spring water, and Bruce will follow up shortly. Oh, that's so bad. Nesmond thinking that something good was there and it's just an actual green rupee. Yay, Bruce got it. I think one thing I saw one time is someone tried to throw it at the Goron before talking to him, and it didn't work. And then they just sat there, defeated.
Well, there's a clip somewhere where he threw it at the Goron, and as it was falling, it expired.
Oh no! That's so bad. So, actually, pretty interestingly, JD just got 20 postals. And so I think he's probably going to go try and talk to Giovanni and see what goes on there. Although 20 can't have anything important, but nice to know. Nice to try at least. A bundle of arrows, hooray! Because it was just a part of the story where they're like, hey, she's your friend and she forgot stuff and you should help her out. And then it turns out that City in the Sky is actually required, like it helps you get to City in the Sky. Hey, plot is important, okay? Like 98% of this game is plot. Two of them on lake bed. Feels water temple, man. Bruce saving. Nice. Ta-da! Bruce finally got those water bombs they've been after. So proud of you. Magic armor for 100 rupees. That's the art of the deal right there, guys. Only took 40 minutes. Yeah, in vanilla, that's where magic armor is. You have to spend a ridiculous amount of money that you really can't hold. Like, yeah. Such a scam. I mean, you feel pretty important when you know you can only hold 1,000 rupees at the end of the game. Yeah, like, it actually gives money a meaning, but when you're in the randomizer and you have, like, thousands of rupees, it is what it is. Thanks for getting the Orda sword finally. It's like, wait, what? It looks like Bruce is going to be getting Master Sword now. And also, going to be finding the double claw shot as well. So that's nice. You earned this, you liar. You didn't earn it. But yeah, now it's actually getting pretty interesting as we start transitioning into quote-unquote the late game. We've got JD, who is one item from go mode. Nesmin is, I believe, also, well, doesn't have any of the minion rods, so. Why though? And this is interesting. Acer is going to City in the Sky now that they got double claw shots. So that's actually a pretty interesting thing. JD is missing Light Sword, and that's literally it. Unfortunately, it could be anywhere. Oh yeah, City in the Sky is definitely not a bad play here. Not at all. I mean, it's progression, and your Light Sword can be in here. Look, Hidden Village Cat Chat is like, it's one of those things. Like, it just takes forever to get to the check, and then the check is also cumbersome. Whereas stuff like the big bomb bag check just sucks. Yeah, everyone's kind of just doing their own thing. You've got Bruce in Lakebed, Nesmin about to beat Arbiter's Grounds. It's gonna take a little bit less of a time because actually, I don't think, does Nesmin have Master Sword? So yeah, I don't think Nesmin has Master Sword, so this is gonna take a hot second. And I think Nesmin is the only one that doesn't have Master Sword yet. And hi, Delighted, yes, TP Rando is a thing. While wearing Magic Zora armor, hey, those very, very important seconds that could have been used in menu switching. Like, you have to save those seconds. And actually, I was talking to one of the other devs, and it was actually a pretty interesting topic for conversation because now that you can quick transform, menu optimization is actually really interesting because you can time in your transforms when you want to switch items. Exactly. You have to save those seconds on death screens. They have proven that. So now is an interesting question about dungeon progression. Is Arbiters has been done, and JD is doing a lot of the overworld checks. So it makes me wonder, where GD is going to go after beating Arbiters, because doing all these overworld checks. I wonder if they decide that Snow Peak is the next best play, or continue cleaning up a lot of the overworld. Like, that's going to be a really big thing to decide on. How recent is this build of the Rando? A week. Exactly a week. It was released last Saturday. Acer over here doing City in the Sky in reverse. Almost exactly. Just under an hour, exactly. There was a lot of exactlies in that sentence.
No, the light sword hasn't been found yet.
It's still a mystery, but it's okay. We've got 3 dungeons that it could be in. You go through City in the Sky, it's not there, you're kind of scared. You go through Snow Peak, it's not there, you're just terrified at that point. And if you do Temple of Time and it's not there, then you're just screaming. Why 3 That's what I'm saying, is like, after your 3rd dungeon, you're screaming. Because you just don't know where. And it could be Cave of Origins, you're absolutely right. It could be floor 50 of Cave of Origins. It's good they got that early magic armor, huh? Boat minigame. Look, I will full clear the entire game before I go do boat minigame. Just saying. Stop! I know! I say it and then I hate myself, okay?
That's good to know. So now I know when you do a race and I make the seed, I gotta make sure to put something on the boat minigame.
If something is on the big bomb bag check, it will literally be the last thing I ever do.
That's
Like
me with a lot of checks though that take more time.
Yeah, usually cats isn't that bad, but it's one of those checks I don't like. Really? That's interesting. I've also noticed that some of the Wind Waker randomizer community has been making models for Twilight Princess as well. Pretty interesting. I'd do ordeals before boat. You are damn straight I would. Because I'm good at swordplay. I'm not good at sitting in a boat and not bumping into stuff. Like to point out, on Acer's side of things, the one key in City in the Sky was vanilla. Literally, there's only one key in the entire dungeon. It depends on how it's shuffled. It's really weird how it's shuffled. Because, yeah, it's really weird in layers. Like, I'd have to actually look into the logic to get on a rant about that. God, that key. I hate that key. It is. It is random, but it's there. It's a trip. It's a legitimate trip. mean, Temple of Time's one of those. It's just one of those dungeons where you go in, you get out, you do it, and you celebrate afterwards. Hooray, you did it! So how does this random work? Like, in what regards? Because the answer is going to probably be no to all the regards. But in what regards specifically do you mean? Like OTR? And our fifth runner, they're chugging along. They're having fun. That's all that matters. Yeah, you just got to do the whole rotating stick and all that fun stuff. So how does all dungeons work? So dungeon reward wise, with the current settings enabled and everything, there's no such thing as an all dungeon hard requirement like that. The only time it's all dungeons is if you have to get an item from a dungeon or after a specific dungeon. It's the only time that it's all dungeons. Tingle, thank you for raiding with a party of 2. Really appreciate that. Did JD just check fishing hole? Nice. This grotto. No, not this grotto. This grotto sucks. So speaking of grottos, fun fact, back in some older days of the randomizer, we actually had an issue with if you soft reset, grottos would swap contents, and it sucked. Have it on hard reset. Yeah, just like if you just reset in general, game didn't like that. Looks like Acer is enjoying the gardens and the beautiful city in the sky. OMG, I believe that Jim is still here. Yeah, there are little things that are still notable, but we work on them constantly to try and get them better. Like we have like in our patch notes we note stuff that like there are potential issues with, and then we constantly like let people know like, hey, we found this thing, keep an eye out for it, stuff like that. TP Rando, technically TP Rando's been a thing for about a year, but it's caught traction as of recent, with a lot of updates being released and everything. JD over there just enjoying time. Okay, what are you gonna do now, Bruce? Only time will tell, though. It looks like Bruce is gonna check Aru's memo, since City and Sky was beat. Or not City and Sky, Lakebed Temple, I apologize. Because this check only appears when you beat Lakebed. Stream struggling right now? Stream, please.
Blame Trez.
Blame Trez. Always blame Trez. If something goes wrong, that's what you do. Looks like Bruce is going to be doing some flight by foul. Ooh. And there's the big key for City in the Sky. That's important to have. And what that tells me is that they're not playing on Boss Keezy.
Looks like someone has to summon Trez again.
Broken stream, please help. Thank.
This seems to be a bigger Twitch issue. We're on it. I'm checking.
It's okay, just give the runners time to splice.
Yeah,
No.
give them their time to splice now.
This is not good. This is so not good. Hmm. Okay, folks, please. I need to say it again. Don't stream 720p 60 at a bitrate of 6000. Please just don't. Okay. What can I? I'm working on it. This should help. I hope. Hopefully. Still trying to figure something out. Come on. Okay, oh, I'm really sorry, folks. This is stupid, but I really can't say why it broke all of a sudden.
Nah, it's fine. Technology sucks at times.
Yeah, even though we blame you, we still love you.
I mean, it worked fine for 4 hours, so it's like. Not sure why Acer's holding up and everybody else is.
Is Acer the one streaming at the 6K bitrate?
No, Acer is actually was actually fine. Let's see if this helps. After a quick refresh. We're getting there. You're not from the. Wait. You're not from Europe, right? You're watching from the US.
Yeah, I'm US.
Chris, you as well?
Yeah.
Okay, so. Oh boy, this is terrible. I'm really terribly sorry, everybody. It's not just this stream that died, but also our second stream. Trying to figure out what happened. No. For now, I'll try to actually pause 2 streams and see what this does. You should probably do the same. Pause JD and Acer, and we'll see if it.
Okay, I mean, on the commentary, like on the Zelda Speedruns link, like they're all 4 running fine for me.
On source or on 360p?
Let me see. 360p.
Can you up to source and see what that does?
Yeah, let me see. Yeah, they're all up and running for me.
Okay.
They buffer like occasionally, but not too much.
I can't. I don't know what's going on. Okay, so okay, it seems to be stabilizing. At least a bit.
Nice.
I gotta have to give it another refresh though. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Let's see if it's still good. Yeah, Bruce seems to have.
Yeah, everyone but Bruce.
Yeah, it seems like Bruce's stream is just dead right now.
Well, once again, on the commentary page, he's running fine for me.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's why.
Did you have a stream paused?
They all look good on Twitch's end now.
Yeah, they all look good now. Okay, we should be back up and running, at least visual-wise.
Okay, so it looks like the 5th runner has found. It looks like the 5th runner has found Light Sword.
Technically, there are 6 runners. There are 5 in the race room, and then there's a 6th one who just isn't in the race room.
Oh yeah, all right.
And yeah, our 6th runner, Wicked Glagar, is in go mode. Also, yeah, shoutouts to Trez for getting everything back up and running.
Blame Trez for doing good.
Blame Trez for doing good. It's all your fault. How dare you do good? And also we got JD doing the Tsundere bird though, so that's fun. And also, after looking at Nesman's stuff, considering the crash, it doesn't look like it was too bad. Didn't lose any items, just kind of lost a little bit of dungeon progression, but that wasn't much. And JD, rip, oof. I believe so. Actually, well, let me check his personal tracker. According to his tracker, he still has double claw shot and ball and chain. So if that's the case, then he's good. And I just noticed we've got Bruce actually in Snow Peak, going up to Snow Peak Ruins, I'm guessing. Oh, never mind, just grabbing the sketch check and bouncing out. Yeah, a good thing is that he knows where everything is, so that's a good thing. Sorry to disappoint. Listen here, Bruce. You never disappoint me. You're an amazing individual. Nesman, no! Went to kill the stupid Poe, and then it turned day. Nesman? You need to check something. Yeah, Nesman, I don't believe reapplied the randomizer. That's a vanilla ladybug. Yep, go over to your 3rd page. Nope. Oh no, Nesman did not activate the randomizer. I can't remember what that Poe had, but I think that ladybug was Dominion Rod.
Yeah, Dominion Rod. Twitch is doing the thing again.
Blame Twitch.
Well, it fixed itself, it looks like. Kind of, maybe, I don't know.
Acer took one look into the Cave of Ordeals and was like, nah. Yeah, we stopped with the Cave of Origins. Apparently, it's not Zelda friendly, so we had to switch over to Cave of Ordeals. You hate to see it sometimes. Yeah, I think Acer's waiting for nighttime for that beautiful Poe that just sits up there. Yep. People like to joke until you find a shiny Groudon, and then that's the coolest thing ever. So we got Bruce doing the Star Game, which is a fun, wholesome time for the family. And there you go, Nesmond. Getting that Dominion Rod. And we got Acer, you know, having it out with an undead person. That's pretty cool. Okay, it looks like Nesmond is going to do Plum's Fruit Game once again, because unfortunate circumstances beheld the last time. Whereas we've got Bruce over here checking Giovanni. Giovanni's a pretty cool guy. He doesn't have anything for us, but that doesn't stop him from being pretty cool. You need 20 for the first reward and 60 for the second reward. Yeah, 60 can't have anything. 60 is kind of just there. Look, you guys joke, and it's all in fun and games until I put something on 61, 252. And then you guys are gonna cry. Normally, yeah, it's just infinite. It's 50 post souls, not po kills. So in post sanity, that's the equivalent of 100 gold skulltulas. JD getting a piece of a heart, that's nice. Turning post sanity off. Yeah, also the Cave of Ordeals pose could have something at that point too, and that's pretty monka. It looks like Nesman finally got it, whereas looks like Bruce is actually going to Snow Peak now. As long as you have Reekfish sent one way or another, that's all that matters. And getting the potion from the Tsundere bird, because why not? I think so, because didn't want to risk falling. So, did Bruce actually like get the scent or just do map glitch? I wasn't paying attention.
I'm pretty sure he did map glitch.
Okay, yeah, it doesn't look like he has scent on. He has a sense on, and he doesn't have the scent, so I'm assuming map glitch. Yeah, you're gonna want to rush all the way up here and disable the map glitch with the Howling Zone. I was watching JD run a rando seed, I want to say last week, and was a couple hours into a rando seed and forgot to disable map glitch and dug in a hole, and that didn't end too well.
Yeah, so what happens with map glitch is it disables loading zones as well as void planes. That's why it allows for you to climb up Snow Peak without the Reekfish scent. But if you try to dig into the cave at the end without howling, you kind of get yourself stuck.
Yeah, and it's not just that cave, it's any cave. If you try and go through any specific loading zone without resetting it, then yeah, the game don't like that. Nesmith threw a bomb at the groin. How dare you? And there's the earring for Acer. Not bad, not bad. I swear I didn't make the key hard to get. Is right there, what do? Acer, what do? Is right there next to you. The colorized tunics in TP Rando. It is not a rando thing. Nesman has a action replay code enabled, a cheat code basically. And Acer just left. Oh no! Oh no! I can already see what's about to happen here. Oh, I knew it. No blind snowboarding. Feels bad, man. Okay, looks like Nesman may be going for the Reekfish scent. There's a chest for it, which is pretty cool, I guess. That was the Reekfish scent. Scents do not have a text box or get item model, but that the small chests are scents, and the boss key chests are hidden skills. So now that Nesman has that, I don't believe Nesman knows map glitch, so that's going to allow Nesman to go up to Snow Peak Ruins. It's something that has been looked into, D-God, but it's not something that we know how to reliably do yet. Bruce over here showing off those mad spin strats. Look at you go.
But he didn't get the tree chop rupees, so it's still bad snowboarding.
Yeah, bad snowboarding. Get good, dude. Bruce jumping over the non-existent tax trigger. Let's go. So, Snow Peak Ruins. This dungeon has given us so much trouble in rando development. It sucks. Wonder if that estimate will reach 3 hours. I think it will in time. Once a big thing that's going to help towards it is check exclusion. Once we start categorizing checks and just making it easier to say, hey, like I don't want to randomize grottos and stuff like that. I think it's going to be stuff like that that'll really help out.
Yeah, and plus, this being in all sanity, it has literally everything, and then some since we have the custom chests added too.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. The fact that they're an item from Go mode, I'm actually like really surprised at 4 hours and 20 minutes. So in standard, yeah, that's a number I have to think. I think it's around, from 380, I want to say. Because there are around 20 to 30 shop items, and then plus your 60 pose, and then plus all these other things.
JD messing up the jump.
JD, please. Yeah, this game definitely has a lot of checks. But a lot of them come from dungeons. Like, dungeons average around 20 checks each. And there are 9 dungeons in this game.
Yeah, and there's also a lot of checks in Lake Hylia area between the cave and just the lake itself.
Oh, yeah. It's all these small areas that add up to be big stuff. Rip Bruce. Are cheese and pumpkin skippable? Absolutely. Ish. If you can glitch and you know tricks. Without them, no.
Yeah, this is a beta. Still very early in development.
Alright, let's see if JD goes for Aralfo's skip here. No, it doesn't look like it. JD is looking for Light Sword. That is what a lot of people are looking for. I believe Bruce and JD both are looking for Light Sword. Hey, Bruce got the pumpkin. I mean, we could tell you, but there's no fun in that. We don't.
Wicked Gligar is headed to Hyrule Castle, and he's the I suppose 6th runner.
Our 6th runner is headed to Hyrule Castle right now. But yeah, as for how we handle the prologue and mandatory wolf part, we don't. There's skips for them. Yeah, they should sub 5 pretty easily. Harrow Castle isn't too insane. Also, that's another thing that has the potential to make a seed a lot longer. Is there is a check in Harrow Castle that requires a Dominion Rod. Luckily, we know where both of them are, but if you don't, ugh.
Yeah, and it looks like Acer and Nesman are the only ones that don't have the rod.
Yeah, and, actually, Nesman has the first part. The other part, as we know, is back in the Lake Hylia Lantern Cave that Nesman did not go back for. Okay, so there's something I want to talk to Bruce about afterwards, because something's making me question some things. Because if you guys noticed, Yetta was not in the living room for Bruce. That's a no-no. So I'm wondering what changed there. Yeah, she wasn't there at all. I don't think it's going to cause any issues, but I'm just questioning some things. Like, that may also link to why the chest wasn't working. Or the water bombs wasn't working. Oh, Boss Keezy's on? No, it doesn't matter. Boss Keezy wouldn't affect any of this. Yeah, Boss Keezy does not affect any of this at all. Boss Keezy literally tells the game, hey, you have the boss key. That's it. Yes, but in Rando, even then, she is supposed to still be there when you have the boss key. But it doesn't matter. It's fine. Okay, so we've got JD and City in the Sky. We've got Nesman and Bruce, both in Snow Peak Ruins. Acer still cleaning up some overworld. And then our 5th runner is in the Gerudo Desert. And then our 6th runner is going for it. They're in go mode. They know what's up. Well, yeah, the thing about her is, honestly, like, Bruce has had different things happening this entire time. I don't know the specific of what all's been going on. I'll have to look into it. Aside from that, yeah, like, there's a couple of small things, and we're very transparent about what they are. But, yeah, the game plays without any issues. Like, as it is a beta, there's going to be beta things, but aside from that, yeah. It looks like maybe Acer is waiting for night or just thinking about where to go from now. Is Light Sword on the menu round? We don't know where it's at. Not at all. Like, our other runner is just like, I got it, I'm going. But yeah, we don't know. And even if we did know, we wouldn't tell you. Because that wouldn't
Well,
be nice.
see, I know.
Well, yeah, you know because you rolled the seed. Yeah, a lot of people don't like Snow Peak. Is that actually Plando? Nah. We can't Plando yet.
Yeah, all I did was I just re-rolled it until I got a seed that had you stuck with wooden sword for a little bit.
Good lord. Nah, like, Chris and I know, but nah, we want to keep it a surprise. Brute force Plando, god no. Bruce finding the cheese. If Pokemon was here, they'd be extremely happy.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm surprised you didn't summon him.
I think Pokemon's doing other things with his life. Yeah, Plando, like, Brando doesn't care about your feelings at all. Rando's like, oh, you don't think this is fun? That's cute. Perfect score. Okay, cool. Now, if Light Sword happens to be on this, that'll be hilarious. Alrighty, we're starting to run out of checks here in Snow Peak, Monk Ass. Yeah, it's starting to get there. JD starting the trek to Snow Peak, it looks like. Whereas Acer is just clearing out desert stuff. Dude, I love that. Purple Rupee of Glory. I love that. Yeah, we still haven't seen it. It's really depressing.
And there's the light sword.
Well, there it is. That took long enough. Poggles! Now they're in go mode. So now at this point, yeah, Bruce is going to get the hell out of there. So 438 go mode. Let's go.
And for the record, the other runner who's in Hyrule Castle right now hasn't said they've beaten it yet. So someone was asking about that. If that light sword would be found before then. So there's your answer.
Yeah, Zalza, thank you for hanging out. Sleep well.
Yeah, good night.
And Bruce going straight for City in the Sky. So actually, this is a very interesting place. Which chest in Snow Peak? You don't... How dare you, JD? I thought you were better than that. Tech W. But now JD is actually doing the smart thing here. Is gonna go and complete, like get all the words. Is going to go get the light sword from Snow Peak, and then go to Arbiter's Grounds, and then Palace of Twilight. So that's actually not bad routing. I mean, this is a for fun race, so it doesn't matter. We're just here to have fun and have a good time. Like I said, D-God, this is just a for fun thing. Like, it's just, we're just chill here, having a good time. That's all we're doing here. If this was more competitive of a race environment, then maybe, but nah. We're just here to have fun. Showcase the randomizer. Look, all I'm saying is that this is called a showcase, but I have yet to see any cases, and I am very disappointed. Like, at least a suitcase would be nice, but no. Acer going into Arbiter's Grounds. You know, JD, you're snowboarding pretty well. Like, no one could ever guess that this would be your first time playing Twilight Princess.
You know what I've realized? I haven't seen anyone do a brake slide this entire race. Disappointed.
Sadness. But you win some, you lose some.
Bruce, you should just drop down and do a brake slide and climb back up.
Of course. Who the hell do you think I am?
Okay, there we go. JD with a redemption.
JD's been brake sliding this whole time. But the shoes are not being nice to JD.
Oh, time for key super jump, it looks like.
Oh no. We'll see. Oh, so close. See, it's gonna be tricks like that we have to account for in glitch logic.
Key super jump is one of my favorite tricks.
You guys are madmen.
Nah, JD doesn't have enough skill. He didn't do the LJs.
JD Loki got some skills for a first timer. I know, right? Picked a hell of a time to play vanilla TP, but sure. For logical SPR access, you only need you need the scent. Like that's the big thing, but you have to have the earring to get the scent. Currently, because scent is not randomized. And JD is gonna get the light sword here. There it is. Right there! That's where light sword is!
Shiny green rupee.
Oh, so shiny. Okay, so technically 3 of our 6 runners are in go mode now. Sketch, not really, because there could be something on the coral earring check. But for the seed specifically, yeah, Sketch didn't do anything. I don't think we even know where Sketch is. Yep, and there is Glegar, our other runner, finishing up Ganon. Acer, no, don't drown in the ground. And then Bruce also getting knocked down by Argarok. Feels bad, man. So while I'm thinking about this, notice that we said before that Nesmond's Tunic Collar is 100% the result of a action replay code. There's some of them out there that are really interesting. If you ever get bored and want to like mess with Twilight Princess a little bit, there's one that turns all pumpkins into dark nuts, and there's also one that turns all Kargaroks or Kagaroks into Argarok, and so you just like walk around the field and there's just dragons everywhere. It's so great.
Yeah, those are a lot of fun.
And then you're like me, and I went and I did research into making the spinner move faster, possibly, and that was a thing, you know? It really was a thing. I learned that the spinner's top speed is 26 units, and I subsequently did what any normal person would do and upped it to 1,000,000, just to see what happened, you know, for research purposes. It broke. Yeah, see, I thought that so too. I thought it would be, you know, pretty reasonable, and it was reasonable until I pressed X and then pressed it off the exact next frame and Link voided out wherever.
That's faster than any car can go from 0 to 60.
Just a little bit. Go from 0 to 1,000,000 in one frame. Alright, and we have our first finisher done with a time of 4:49:10. So GG's to Gligar.
GG.
And according to them, this was their rando PB. So nice. Went from 0 to 100 real quick, something like that. And Nesmond's gonna get Light Sword here, and that'll put Nesmond in go mode. There's 3 of our 4 runners in go mode. And poor Acer drowning again. Feels bad, man.
Struggling with Po1 skip.
And we have our 5th runner, or whatever number you want to give them. They went out to Snow Peak, couldn't get it right, and so they're having to leave again. But I don't think they have the earring just yet. So unless they know map glitch, it's going to be a little bit. Oh, never mind. They're getting the scent right now. It seems like pretty soon everyone's going to be in go mode. That's good.
Yeah, so for the light sword model, can we just get a stick of butter to represent it?
I mean, Good lord, I'd have to even remotely look into that and see. We got Bruce going into Palace of Twilight. Let's go. And so one thing you'll notice is because Light Sword is randomized, stuff in Palace of Twilight, it acts a little different, but it's still the same old dungeon. Also, you'll notice since we have Light Sword, when it comes to fighting Phantom Zant, you can beat him in 3 hits. Also, an interesting thing to note is that if you get the Light Sword before coming to Palace of Twilight or anything, if you do any Twilight Messenger fights for portals, you kill them instantly. Because Light Sword is a one-hit KO on all Twilight enemies. Yeah, what Wooper just said. Yeah, so the weird thing about this game is that whenever you do the thing where you give Talo your sword, your wooden sword, the game sets it to where you can never have it in your inventory ever again for some reason. It's really weird. And so the wooden sword never shows up in your inventory, but you can still use it until you get a better sword, obviously. So blame Talo. It's his fault.
Nah, I'm still gonna blame Trez.
Blame Trez even when it's the game's fault, very obviously. Yeah, it never shows up in your inventory, or it shows up in your inventory until you give it to Talo. And if you skip intro, then that event is already done, and so it just never shows up in your inventory at all. It just shows up on your B button. Dude, I'm not gonna lie, watching people complete seeds, there is one character that has the most hatred towards them that I've ever seen. And it's Colin. Like, people don't like Colin for some reason. And he's just trying to live his best life, and he's out here getting attacked and everything, but people just don't like Colin. So it's not that, it's, that if you, for some reason, the Gibdos aren't triggered when you come from behind them. So that's like a big thing. So if you're not, like, those ones specifically, they just aren't triggered because you didn't walk up from the front. I'm sorry, Whooper. It's not me. It's other people. They're just mean. Some people suck. Also, interesting little fact that I never knew. If you have ball and chain, you can just, like, break those spikes that come up out of the sand. Yeah, I want to say Pokemon Genius was the one who told me about that, and I was like, well, the more you know. JD over here getting all the characters of the Skybook because that's so important. You know, I don't think that's a thing. But yeah, happy 5 hours. Some people have texture packs. Not everyone, but some people do.
The randomizer has been in development for about a year, but this particular version was just released a week ago.
It's only a couple days old. Not too many. But yeah, like I had mentioned before, when the randomizer first came out, a lot of it was information gathering and finding out how stuff works. So a lot of the development has happened recently because we've learned a lot more about the game. And so I think we mentioned that within the past 3 months, we've gone from version 0.6 to 0.16. So for the longest time, it was just gathering info and going from there, and now we're actually applying it into a proof of concept showing that, hey, this is able to work. Come on, Nesmond, you gotta get closer. There you go. So there are skips to completely skip the Twilight stuff, but progression is still pretty linear, just because we haven't allowed for complex logic yet. Alright, Ryu, yeah, absolutely. You're more than welcome to join the Discord, and yeah, it was fun hanging out with you. Nice. Alrighty, and it looks like Bruce is pretty much done with Palace of Twilight.
Acer, I believe, is just missing Light Sword now.
Yeah, I think Acer's just missing Light Sword. Took a little while for them to finally dip Lake Bed, but now it's not looking too bad. Now, our fifth runner that is off stream has not been to Lake Bed yet, unfortunately, and is looking through Snow Peak Ruins. And we'll find their Light Sword, but still looking for that ball and chain.
Actually, if they don't know about being...
You cut out for a second.
If they don't know about bonking the wall to lure the Poe out, then they would need ball and chain for that Light Sword Poe.
Oh yeah, true. JD is not missing anything. JD's in go mode. JD, Nesman, and Bruce are all in go mode.
Nice one cycle Death Sword on Acer's end.
Yeah, that was really clean. Yeah, Arbiters is required to get the Palace of Twilight. And since JD has Light Sword / Master Sword, they're gonna have a lot better time with Star-Lord than everyone else did.
I've never actually seen Stallard with Light Sword, so this will be interesting.
I think that Light Sword doesn't do any extra damage to non-Twilight creatures. I think it's the same as Master Sword. So if we get into the boss fight and it's glowing, then that'll definitely be an interesting turn of events. So far, JD's having a pretty smooth Stalwart fight. Never mind, I spoke too soon. Yeah, it works against Twilight enemies specifically. Yeah, it doesn't matter where you are, as long as there's a Twilight enemy, then it'll glow. Got Bruce over here climbing the Tower of Power. And just noticed that Nesman did not do fan skip. You forgot the key. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, F. That's a big F. I don't think stream crashed. It's looking good for me.
Yeah, it's fine. So just try refreshing maybe.
What do, JD? What do? Because JD's beaten City in the Sky, correct?
No, he says you forgot Argarok.
Oh no! You don't know where the key is, it's somewhere. This is when you pause, you check your map, and you reevaluate all of your life priorities.
Alright, good night, AX. Sleep well.
Alright, we'll see you, AX. So Bruce is looking for a key, JD is climbing Argorok's tower, and looks like Acer is looking at it. And by it, I mean the portal, standing there, menacingly. Of course, the endgame suffering. It wouldn't be a endgame without endgame suffering. I believe in you, Mizuki. You got this. Alright, I got Nesmin climbing and fighting Argorok. So we got 2 people in Argorok. Hooray!
Well, do we think it's time to give a hint to the last person who hasn't found the second claw shot yet?
Hmm. Let me see. See if they can't work it out just a little bit longer. Bruce, are you leaving the chest? What do? Why you leave that chest? Oh, he got the key. He's out. Okay, cool. I was confused for a second. Now we get to watch Bruce climb the Tower of Power once again. Hooray. Acer over here doing Skybook percent.
That feeling when no one's dipped Cave of Ordeals.
I mean, people will avoid that like the plague if they have to. I don't blame them at all.
But it's fun.
Oh, it's definitely fun, but, you know, people don't like fighting stuff for some reason. When that's literally the premise of Zelda, it's a hack and slash. It looks like Acer is finally climbing up to Snow Peak, so we'll see Light Sword out of them pretty soon too. And they got their ball and chain and stuff, so nice, nice. How did we randomize this? Well, magic, I guess, is one word for it. Without getting into too many nerdy details or anything, basically, we look for where an item is, and then we put something else at that spot. Like, location-wise currently. So, we look at the XYZ coordinates of an item, and then we take an item from another place and we put it there. Yeah, it's definitely magic. Like, if you try anything else, then you're not going to get as far as we did. We used to have 100 different developers, but now we're only down to 5, and you wonder why. Yeah, it was really awkward too, because we're like, here's our blood sacrifice, and then she was like, what am I supposed to do with this? And it just got really awkward really fast. Yeah, it was definitely manually done. Alright, so we got Bruce starting the Zant fight, and JD in Palace of Twilight, so not too far behind at all. Nesmond not quick transforming, why? I mean, Acer's not doing bad at all. Absolutely not doing bad. Gonna get the light sword and be in go mode pretty soon, so nothing wrong with it. Don't pity me, I chose to see. I love that attitude. That's great.
The 5th or 6th, whatever, whatever number, they're still searching for the double claw shots.
Yeah, and they don't have their ball and chain either. And yeah, people are watching the stream because it's just for fun.
Was ball and chain claw shot locked? I don't remember.
Yes, it was claw shot locked. It was in the eastern water supply. That was the compass chest. So it was the claw shot.
Nah, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so after looking through stuff, Bruce, you may want to look at what you've done differently, because I believe that JD also has Boss Keezy on, and didn't have any of the same problems you did. So you may want to look at either cheats you have enabled or something like that. I love how the sword glows during that fight. That's great. I don't know. Add more questions for you agreeing to something. No, if you have to go, absolutely. Like, take off, Tama. Like, that's absolutely fine. Like, we definitely appreciate all of your help. Speaking of which, why though? Oh wow, so that works. Yeah, so actually shout out to like our trackers. Like there's only 2 of them listed, but I know there's more than 2 of them. Trackers are great people. They're kind of the people in the background who have been making sure all the items look nice and really help us keep our heads on our shoulders. Yeah, but it's just a little long.
Yeah, commentary would have been much harder had we had to track everything on top of commentating.
And down goes Zant for Bruce. They do be hard though. Meanwhile, Nesmond and Phantom Zant are over here being best buddies in the whole world. Oh yeah, Hyrule Castle is gonna be a fun place.
It'll be even more fun once we get glitched logic and you have to factor in the spinner and double claw skips.
See, it's stuff like that's why whenever it comes time for glitch logic, I'm just going to get a bunch of the speedrunners like together and I'd be like, look, here's a list of everything. What can I get? Like, what can I use to get this?
Yeah, that would probably be the best way to handle it.
Because I am by no means a speedrunner, so if I just need something like some other people to figure out what stuff. Oh yeah, yeah. It's time for our regularly scheduled minute and a half to 2 minute bathroom break. So if you got something better you need to do, we're gonna sit here and watch Squid take a trident to or a spear to this beautiful barrier.
Let's be real, there's nothing better.
Not really, not. I mean, if anything, my big thing that I decided to do, because why not, is whenever we got the hidden skill chest for the Great Spin, I went and rupee slid past the barrier to see how long it would take. It took a while. But it was fun. And I found out that the barrier is not as thick as I thought, and I wasted a lot more time than I should have. Cool. Now we can actually continue our adventure and watch Bruce go into Hyrule Castle.
I feel like it might be time to give a hint to where the double claw shot is.
Yeah, maybe. Let me hit him up and see. in before boss key on treasury. Okay, I gave them their hint. How's the randomizer going? Well, out of our 5 people, 3, or out of our 6 people, 1 is already done, 3 are in go mode, and the other 2 are very close to go mode. Hyrule Castle usually doesn't take long. I think for most of these people, they'll be done with it probably in taking about 10 minutes, depending on item layout. Yeah, especially once you know how the dungeon is set up, it's not too terrible. Especially the graveyard. A lot of people didn't know that the graveyard existed until Rando. They're like, I don't have any items. And I'm like, well, did you check the graveyard? There's 4 checks in there. And they're like, what do you mean graveyard?
Yeah, I can't wait for Hyrule Castle to be opened pretty early on so that Graveyard could potentially have progress items.
Good lord. You know, there's some of those dungeons that I'm actually looking forward to. I know people were talking about how, like, whenever we have boss key sanity and Ganon's boss key is somewhere else, and you have to go into the treasure room for an item. I'm like, you guys have really creative imaginations, don't you?
I just want a seed where Hyrule Castle is opened early on, and then you can have Orden Sword or Master Sword being in Treasure Room, technically, assuming you can kill Darknuts with just a wooden sword.
I mean, yeah, it just takes a lot of hits. Also, as Jim was saying, you can play the randomizer on either emulator or you can play it on hardware. You can play it on a Wii, a homebrewed Wii or a homebrewed Wii U, or you can play it on Dolphin, which is what I think most of these people are playing on, if not all. I'm kind of biased because I play with an Xbox controller, and also I have nice texture packs, so that's fun.
Your hint made the other runner do boat minigame. How could you?
No, they should be heading in the right spot. So the hint I gave them, because they were like, "Oh, I've been here, here, here," and I was like, "Cool." Your hint is that it's somewhere wet that you've already been. So Monka S.
Yeah, that was the hint I was thinking of. Like, it's near a body of water.
It's just near a body of water. Kind of at the bottom of a body of water, but that too, that works. Dark nuts are not bad. Like, backslice is kind of a cheaty method, but they're actually not bad at all. You just let them swing and then you beat them up. Dark nuts aren't bad at all.
And by the way, they already got the lake bed claw shot, I think they said.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't give them. I gave them a hint for that was their hint for ball and chain. I'm sorry. Their hint for the Lanayru one is somewhere in North Hyrule Field.
All right, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I remember I gave them a hint about something wet. That's all I remembered, and I was like, wait a second, yeah. It's okay, I have the best hint ever for if they need the light sword hint. Somewhere cold. Oh, Bruce, no. Lantern puzzle isn't scuffed, it's, you gotta learn how to do it right. Hey, I mean, if anything, Bruce is actually doing pretty great, considering they have 12 hearts where everyone has, like, 7. Yeah, JD has 12 as well.
I mean, we all know the heart game is the true game.
Oh, yeah. And actually, I just noticed, but all 4 of our people on stream are in Go mode. Let's go. Pog. Yo, Bruce over here cheating. Using those bomb arrows, not fighting the Dinalfos properly. Come on. Hacks. So, yeah, Bruce is looking for a key. Just a single key, and then they can go do magical things. And go fight Ganon, but yeah. You're just doing RNG manip for Zelda, of course. But yeah, so Bruce is missing a key to go fight Ganon. And all of our other people are trying to climb the Tower of Power to talk to our boy Zant. And JD's having a pretty great conversation so far. Yes, Bruce is playing with Boss Keezy on. And that's just, it was an optional setting and stuff like that, so that's fine. But yeah, Bruce has Boss Keezy on. And I believe JD has Boss Keezy on as well. And for those of you who don't know, Boss Key just means that they have the boss key automatically. The game gives it to them, and the boss key is replaced with a red rupee in this randomizer. So somewhere in the dungeon, they grabbed a red rupee, and that was supposed to be the boss key. And there it is. There's Bruce's small key, so they can go fight the 10-phase long boss. I mean, Bruce didn't either. Yeah, this is still going, but it's okay. They're all in go mode. So you're noticing that on JD's side of things, he had to do the map warp thing. That's actually a side effect of beating City in the Sky before Arbiter's Grounds. Not the end of the world. It doesn't break anything. It's a side effect, and you just have to do the map warp thing. Once we shuffle dungeon rewards, we'll probably fix that. No, Bruce is definitely in the lead, because Bruce is in Hyrule Castle, as Jim said. And then we've actually already had someone finish. They finished close to an hour ago. And then our other runner is fighting the Deku Toad currently. So going to be getting the ball and chain pretty soon. Yeah, definitely not a bad seed. Didn't have any problems or anything actually. I mean, Bruce had some other slight technical stuff, but that's just something that needs to be looked into afterwards because it seemed specific only to them. Nesman's health is very Monk-esque, you are correct. Come on, you had great fairy tears and Snow Peak, what are you doing? Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's been a hot minute. Something had to have borked there. hardest seed you've had? It wasn't that. I mean, it sucked. Like, don't get me wrong, it sucked, but it wasn't too terrible. I think the thing that tripped people up the most was the light sword. I think that was the biggest thing, and that's just because it was out of the way. All right, we're gonna see Bruce do Darkness Kip. A little closer.
Shoutouts to DF.
Shoutouts. Let's go. Also, shout out to Nesman, because apparently his computer was supposed to randomly restart to do a Windows update, and it just hasn't yet. Like, the timer reaches 0 and hasn't done anything. So shout outs to Nesman's computer. It looks like Bruce is having an amazing time fighting Puppet Zelda. Got that fishing rod, let's go. Finally, someone getting that heart. And it is an full heart for Nesman. Let's go. Fishing rod RNG manip. It's about time you actually do some RNG manip. And down goes the puppet. Now on to phase 2. Honestly, it's a lot of people's favorite phase. Yeah, no, usually I just Me personally, I just start with wolf from the start. I just do wolf all the way. Because I know that bow only works so far. Dude, the ball and train strat's great. Uh-oh, Ace are getting chased by the Sand Hand. You know, there's a sense of irony to this, actually, because since they have Light Sword, they don't have to bring this back out. That's still pretty cool. Yeah, Light Sword was a really big thing for a lot of people.
Yeah,
Actually, for everyone.
Yeah, it was definitely the most out of the way check in this seed.
Yeah, congratulations, Bruce, you did it. Now, go find your keys and leave. Horseback is a wild card because it either is really quick or it takes a million years to do. Exactly. It's either perfect or you spend 8 minutes of your life questioning everything. Alrighty, now we're gonna see is Bruce gonna be able to make the sub 6 hour? Starting out the fight with a chance. Nice. Yeah, I've seen so for that code, or for any of those codes, make sure you also have the X modifier enabled as well. So if you're replacing Master Sword with Ganondorf Sword, make sure you have the Master Sword modifier code also enabled. Yeah, otherwise the game will constantly try and overwrite what you put there until you actually do the overwriter. You can say GG all you want, Bruce. I don't see a done from you. in the race room. So therefore, the greatest rule is that it's not done until it's not done. There it
GG,
is.
Bruce.
GG Bruce finished in, technically, according to race time, first place with a time of 6:01:18. But technically it's second because Glagar finished at 4:38. Hey, there's DSR bot. Nice. But yeah, we're on ZSR and I don't have ability to pull people in for an interview, but yeah, GG. What'd you think of the seed though, Bruce? No Zor armor. This is the bad ending timeline. Or yeah, no magic armor. I believe you have to use Master Sword. I think so. Like, it won't give you the button prompt if you don't have Ending Blow. Or, like, if you don't have Master Sword out. And as everything that has a beginning also has a start, they are pretty much... JD is starting the Ganify now. Let's see if JD gets that beautiful Zelda RNG.
So, sorry, my suggestion here would be, by the way, since we just cracked the 6-hour mark, which makes the stream quite long actually, that we wait for JD to finish and then we'd wrap up and host one of the remainers. I know that Nesman is almost done, but at least Acer definitely still needs a bit, so might be a good idea to just host him once JD is done here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I agree.
But yeah, Bruce, Wicked Glagar finished at about 4:38. Like, did Snow Peak hella early, and so had Light Sword pretty quickly. Yeah, that was like an hour ago. Yeah, they finished a good time ago.
Yeah, a real legend. JD wearing the magic armor.
Nice. Yeah, I think Habrino did the math, and if you have maximum rupees and you wore magic armor, it would take about an hour for it to fully run out. Oh, Nesman's
That's
stream just
nice.
died.
Maybe his
was
computer finally
yeah.
decided to restart.
He was talking about his Windows update, so it might actually force him just now.
Oh
Uh,
man.
okay, so I guess we're just waiting for JD to finish here. Makes even more sense then, I guess.
Magic armor.
Yeah, yeah, get some Fs in there for Nesman. That feels bad, man. So close to the finish too. But yeah, like Chris and I knew where Light Sword was pretty early on, and when Glagar was like, "Oh yeah, I just got in Go mode," and we're like, "Excuse me, what?"
Yeah, that was ridiculously early.
It's just you. You got this. And our sixth runner is in Lake Bed currently, so we'll find the ball and chain pretty soon. Yeah, that's the bad part is I don't think Nesman has saved until a good bit, and there's JD's finish coming in with a time of 6:08:06. So it looks like his stream's a
GG.
little behind, but yeah. But yeah. On the note, I just want to give a really big shout out to our trackers because they were really great people. But also shout outs to Trez. I know that you are incredibly busy and you have a lot on your schedule, and you made time for us to showcase this, and we really, really appreciate it.
I still wanna apologize. Thank you first and foremost, but I wanna really apologize for all the tech issues. It's been a rough stream just because I'm moving right now. So this was like yeah, I basically winged this in like 2 hours. um, but yeah, it's that was on me. I just didn't really plan ahead. But yeah, GG anyways. Shoutouts to you too, to Luna and to Chris. Shoutouts to um the development crew, which you are a part of, Luna. And as you said, to our trackers, to the runners, to Bruce, to Nesman, to JD Linkmaster, to Acer, and to Petit Mizu, who actually joined as well but wasn't on stream today. Nesman, don't be sorry. It happens. It's all good. A Windows update is a Windows update is a Windows update. And Windows is a good piece of software. So, yeah. I hope you all enjoyed what you saw. This was only the beginning of TP render on ZSR. That's for certain. And yeah,
And, yeah, and shameless plug, I just did the command. But yeah, you guys are more than welcome to join the Discord server. We're constantly coming out with updates, and real love for you guys to come by and try it out.
all right. And with that, we're actually gonna wrap it up, and we'll send you over to Asa for the rest of his stream. So thank you all for watching.
Yeah,
Um,
thanks.
try TP render yourself if you're man enough or woman enough. That is. Um, it's still tough, but I'm sure you can do it. Until then, thank you all
Yeah,
for
it's a lot
watching.
of fun.
Yeah, it is. Until then, thank you all for watching, and see you next time.
See you guys.
See ya.
Yeah, and shameless plug, I just did the command.